Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will be continuing our great journey of What If Zoro Was the Captain of Hestia Famelia Part 3. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe and comment section if you want another story. CH15, Mayhem, 2. Enjoy. Going a bit back in time. It was dark, hollowed cave the color of grey. A hollow cube of concrete, with a single entrance which also served as the exit with no windows around. In here, it was hard to discern the passing of time. No day, no night, just darkness with the only source of light being small cracks in the ceiling through which sunlight shone ever so slightly. Noise of sea. Water coming ashore could be faintly heard from the distance, and the air itself had somewhat of a salty taste. Given enough time, a person could forget their own nature in here, especially when in complete isolation with no one to talk to, with no one to communicate and share with. There was hardly any sound and light, with no such thing as a furniture of any kind. Cool, damp and wet atmosphere and nothing else. Right now, someone could be seen in here, bound by chains with eyes covered by bangs. It was Bell, who seemed to be asleep, or perhaps not, since from time to time he tried to free himself from these bounds, but to no avail. It seemed these chains weren't normal, since even his stats weren't enough to break through. On top of that, he had used up all his mind and energy in the fight before, so couldn't use magic or skills. He was just barely conscious as is. On top of being severely injured, he had truly taken a lot of beating, and especially that frog woman was vicious. Her attacks were merciless, with no sign of holding back even in that public place. He had managed to parry somewhat, but his hand broke, with bones even coming out from under the skin. That truly was a horror sight, seeing his own bones poking out. The pain he felt back then was so great that he lost consciousness right then and there. Now at least somehow it seemed they had managed to put his bones back in and healed correctly. This couldn't be accomplished by any potion, since potions only healed wounds and nothing else. That meant that even a broken bones person could use the potion to heal the wounds, but the cost was too great. Those connected bones would become weak and disoriented, something far worse than just cutting them off, so precise surgery was required in case of bones. Still, the question was why. Perhaps they wanted him to not die, or some other purpose, but still, he hated that frog woman more than anyone else. It was due to her that the inn collapsed, and so many people got hurt. That said, he did look up to her and others who were with her, mostly due to how strong they were when compared to himself. It reminded him of how many powerful individuals they were in the world whom he still couldn't match yet. Did he make the wrong choice back then? He couldn't decide. Perhaps it was right, since he followed his convictions and didn't stray off from the path of a hero, or perhaps it was wrong, since so much damage occurred, all due to that impulsiveness of the moment. Still, now he needed to get out of here, and that too as soon as possible. He wasn't just going to just stay here to face more horrors. Who knew what they would do to him, so better get out. But the question was, how? There didn't seem to be any way for him to free himself, unless perhaps someone from the outside gave him a hand. But his familiar wouldn't even know of his location. Even if they did, he didn't want them to come and save him, since the amount of danger would simply not be worth it. What should I do? He didn't want to, but despair was taking over his mind, slowly but surely. The reason was because there didn't seem to be any hope left to get out of this mess. I just hope they won't be dragged into it. Still his though process was suddenly broken by some foreign noise which didn't seem to be here before. He couldn't hear clearly what it was. Perhaps some rat had snuck in, which wouldn't be surprising. This was a cave after all. Even rats are freer than me now. How ironic. He couldn't help ridiculing his fate and current conditions with humorous smile. HN. Was he dreaming or something? It suddenly felt like a girl was talking to him, perhaps asking him something. Whatever it was, his half-conscious mind couldn't register it yet. Not long after, he felt as if someone had poured some liquid over him, and the pain started to go away. Yes, his bones were properly healed, but the skin and muscle wounds remained. Slowly but surely, he opened his eyes to see a red-eyed girl standing in front, holding a vial, which likely possessed healing potion or perhaps pain removal, but it was now empty. Tears could be seen streaming the girl's face like waterfall. Seeing her cry like that made his heart hurt, and so he tried to look the best he could in this situation. Afterwards, with soft voice, he talked to her, albeit stuttering a bit. Don't cry. But, everything is fine. He was trying to comfort her. This seemed strange and somewhat comical. There was a man, bound in chains and blooded all over, trying to soothe the girl who was free and seemed perfectly fine. Looking at this scene, it was difficult to decide of who was the victim here. Anyway. Here. Please drink this. She took out a new vial which had some golden liquid. Likely mind potion, which to him was very important, perhaps even more so than the healing. 1. With a bit difficulty, he drank the vial dry. It took some time, but slowly his tired mind started to calm down. The liquid was doing its job well, and not long after, he felt full of energy. Even though only about half of his mind had been recovered, it was much better. Not stopping there, the girl also helped to untie him from these chains. Bell was just about to say something but stopped himself. She was too close. With hands above trying to free his arms, she was almost hugging him. He could feel her breathing, smell her aroma, and hear her heartbeat, which was increasing with every passing moment. Her eyes were looking above as if not wanting to meet his, but he could see her ears and tail twitching, swinging back and forth. She was either too nervous or too excited, and from the way she was acting, perhaps shy. He had ample amount of mind now, so he could use either his skill or magic to free himself from these chains, but there were reasons he wasn't and allowing her to do so. Using skill or magic would inevitably invite others' attention, and the way she came inside and helping him, it could be seen she came over without telling anyone. He didn't want to gather attention, so stopped himself. Other than that, he was also a man. It didn't take long for the chains to come off. They weren't exactly locked, just tied with themselves, with his arms in between. Taking his arms back down, he looked at her directly. Thank you. Hearing him, she shook her head in denial. No. I should be the one to thank and apologize. All this happened due to me. No. This happened due to my own self. You shouldn't take the blame. It's just, are you really part of Famelia? It was hard for him to fathom that point. Back when those Amazones broke the window and entered inside, they had introduced themselves and had asked for her to be handed over, which he refused since she didn't look like being part of such Famelia, and thus the tragic fight occurred. Even now, especially after interacting with her, no matter how short, he could tell the kind of person she was, so her being part of such Famelia was a bit HM. She nodded. There was nothing else, since this was the truth she couldn't run from even after trying so many times. Seeing her nod like that, he scratched his head, asking with deep concern, I see. Well, you happy there? What? She seemed shocked hearing this question. No, well, the way I found you and the way they acted, you don't seem to fit there. If you need help, then I'll try the best I can. No, I don't want to put you in more trouble. Please leave before anyone else arrives. This was perhaps the first time he saw such determination in her gaze. Up till now, she was continuously shifting her gaze, not meeting his eyes, but now was different. She looked straight into his eyes. This was a bit surprising, but she was right. Even though he wanted to talk more, to get to know her, but now wasn't the time. If someone else came over, then things would turn dangerous, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. All right, take care. And with that, he immediately left, using the map she gave him. It contained the way she managed to get till here without being noticed. Seeing him leave, she heaved a sigh of relief, as if a big burden had left her chest. You're digging your own grave, you know. Someone suddenly called out to her. She didn't even know of when or how this one came in. What dash? Oh, Miss Aisha, it's you. Thank you. She was startled for a bit, but immediately bowed a little in thankful manner towards this tall Amazoness who had helped her in this endeavor by distracting the others. Che, who helped you? The boy somehow managed to run away, and that's that. Do not mention what we did here, or we're both dead. Aisha's face was grim. Their captain had her eyes on the boy, and yet here they were letting him go. If that woman found out, things would really get dangerous. Perhaps Herahim would remain safe due to her importance, but Aisha wasn't certain she would be spared. Surely Herahim knew this as well and nodded her head. Why, yes. I won't. Good, but, was this really necessary? You've already been reprimanded by Ishtar for that escape, and the first thing you do after that lecture is this. He tried to help me, and this happened, so I couldn't just leave him alone. Oh, is that so? Is that really the only reason? She said in a teasing tone, hearing which Herahim couldn't help tilting her head a little. Clearly, She didn't understand what Aisha was trying to say, and seeing such oblivious and questioning expression on that face, Aisha sighed a little, muttering to herself, "Seems you don't realize." "What?" "Nothing. Go and get ready. We need to leave soon." Ishtar's orders. "All right. Now present." Ah. Zoro looked up front where the inn had disappeared. Well, it hadn't exactly vanished, just had turned into rubble. That splendid structure was gone, replaced by heaps of dust and broken shards of walls, doors, glasses, and much. It looked as if a massive storm descended and wiped everything. What happened here? Yeah, how come? Lulun and Falga were also confused. Everything was fine just few hours ago, and yet now things were just getting messier and messier, first there and now here. Zoro also stood there, confused. Now he could only hope others were safe. At least nothing happened to Hestia, since he would know, and if she was safe then Lily and Emma should be as well. But what about Leo? What about Belle? He could see a lot of blood stains. Rather obviously multiple people had been gravely injured during whatever happened here, and he could see them being driven out of all the rubble. It seemed the building collapsed while they were inside, or perhaps they simply didn't get a chance to escape in time. That said, the number of injured wasn't that much, at least when compared to the amount that was present in the inn. Zoro looked around for a bit before turning towards another direction where a man stood, with frustrated expression, holding his tears back. He was both the owner and manager of this ruined inn. He seemed distraught, and why wouldn't he? He had just lost his only way of income. This place was what he and his family depended upon. Seeing Zoro coming over, he braced himself. What happened here? By now his expression was turning to normal, but his eyes, which had turned grave, remained the same. He needed answers, and only this guy seemed fine enough to provide him with. But the inn owner remained silent. He himself had no idea of what happened. He was gone outside, and by the time he returned, everything was gone. Still, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen anything. If nothing else, he had seen the supposed perpetrators. He took his time to organize the messy thoughts and answered in somewhat shaky voice. "I don't know everything, but there was some Amazonas." "Amazonas?" "Yeah, I can't be wrong. It was the man." "Speak up." "They were carrying 2 injured people. One was your whitehead friend, while the other was some girl." "A girl? Who?" "I don't know. I really don't know, just she had fox ears. Likely a Renard." "Renard?" They were another race, but he had never seen any. They were quite rare, it seemed. Still, what was a Renard doing here? What is going on? Everything sounded messy. Who were those Amazonas? Who was that Renard? Why did they attack? Why did they kidnap Belle? Was all this due to that Renard, or was there another reason? There were too many questions and not a single answer. He looked at the sky, which had started to get dark. "Sigh, what about the other one?" "Belle was kidnapped, but what about Leo, who had stayed behind?" "He was found early on, right here." The place where the owner pointed at had blood stains, signaling the condition of whoever had lied there. But his injuries were serious despite not being buried under the rubble. "He has been sent to a nearby hospital." "Thank you." Zoro then turned towards Famelia. "You guys stay behind and help them. I'll go take AL dash. Zoro-sama." Before he could finish, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he could see Lily coming over in a hurry. "Lily." Lily came and stood in front of him, looking around. "Thank God, you made back in time. Look, what has happened?" "What about the others?" "Hestia-sama and Emma are with Leo. His condition is very serious." This was done by Amazonas." "Yeah, that's what Lily and others heard. By the time we came back, Leo was being taken to the hospital, but Belle-sama is. I heard. Any hope if he'll make it?" "Well, yeah. His condition is much better than before. It's just, his wounds were a bit too deep, so a lot of blood was lost. It's good that the major organs weren't affected too much. He's still unconscious and hopefully will wake up soon enough." Hearing this, he nodded. "I see." There was silence afterwards. It seemed Leo's condition was more serious than expected. He turned around, looking at Famelia, who had already gone ahead, helping those buried under rubble. No doubt there were some casualties among those buried, and some more could succumb to their wounds with passage of time. His mood got even sourer looking at those dead and wounded. They were innocent, Zoro whispered softly to himself while looking at all this. He had Strong sense of personal justice. He had no problem with killing on war grounds and such even if the ones being killed were innocent and only following orders. Didn't matter. Once you pick up a weapon with intent to fight and kill, then you should be ready to be killed. In return. This was his personal philosophy, one he lived by, but unrelated bystanders lost their lives simply by being here, which for him was unacceptable. How many of them came here just to enjoy or perhaps to fulfill a dream, away from any conflict, and yet this was the end result and the reason. They chose a relatively safe place to live, which turned into battleground, and they were butchered. Reality truly was cruel sometimes. Still, now wasn't the time to be sentimental. What was supposed to happen had happened, and there was no point on standing here, chatting or feeling bad. He needed to get to the bottom of this incident. Do you know who those Amazonas were? He asked Lily, who was standing there, expressionlessly. She had already witnessed to stuff like this and much worse during the era of Everless. To her, other people's value couldn't be compared to those close to her. She turned to Zoro, answering his question. Not exactly, but right now there are only 2 Amazonas groups present in the city who could mobilize this level of force. One is Kali Famelia and the other is Ishtar Famelia, and this is likely done by Ishtar Famelia. Ishtar Famelia. Zoro was somewhat aware of power structure of Ororio, and thus at least knew the names of some of the most famous familiars. Ishtar Famelia was one of those famous ones with a lot of name and wealth. Yeah, hard to believe, but there's a rumor of them being present here. Though Lily hasn't seen them herself. Then how can you be so certain it's them? Because of what I was told after asking around. They said a frog-like woman was present here during this incident, and Ishtar Famelia's captain does look a bit like Frog. A frog lookalike Amazonas hair. Him. I'll go look around. Are you sure? I need to find Belle. Let Lily tag along. No. Go and protect Hestia. We don't know what's happening and nothing should befall her. All right, but be careful. Go. No, wait. Falga. Suddenly he called out to the vice-captain of Hermes Famelia, who was busy helping people. By now, no one else could be detected below this mess, but they still looked around just to be sure. Hearing his name being called out, Falga immediately left whatever he was doing and came towards Zoro. He didn't know why, but there was something about the way Zoro talked, and that was especially now. He felt compelled to listen and act on whatever Zoro said, like a servant listening to the king. This was a new but strange feeling which could not be put into words. Yes. Do me a favor and go back with Lily. I need you and the other 3 to guard Hestia until things settle down. I heard your talks. Do you not need our help to find Belle? Protecting Hestia in this messy situation is more important, and as for Belle, he should be fine. All right. We will. By now other 3 had also come over. A familiar was a familiar because of Celestials, so it was natural to prioritize them over anything and anyone else, especially in such dangerous situations. And yeah, take this with you. Zoro separated the cloth tied to his waist and handed it over to Falga and other members of Hermes Famelia present. Are you sure? I really don't want to touch this ominous thing. It gives me bad feelings. This cloth had the orb they had found there, and it truly gave off an eerie atmosphere. Falga hesitated a bit before finally accepting it. Fine. They would just deliver it to that Fells guy. He had told them of a secret location to meet after coming back, so now was the best time to complete their mission, or at least it should be completed with this orb. Stay vigilant. With that last word, Zoro left. His destination was something he himself wasn't aware of. He just had to find some Amazonas warrior to possibly track Belle. That was the only hope for now. With that in mind, he started searching everywhere, moving in and out of crossroads and streets, moving through labyrinth of dark alleys, but to no effect. While moving about, he came across a rather bizarre place. People were running around as if trying to avoid something, and he could indeed hear faint sounds of fighting. He went ahead towards where it originated from and came across a spot. No one could be seen around, but an uproar could be heard from a distance. It was a rather secluded space, and he could finally see what all the fuss was about. Several silhouettes could be seen sprinting around here and there, encircling and attacking someone. It was a woman being surrounded by several Amazonesses. She was of relative good height, with jade-colored hair tied in a ponytail that reached till her waist, same color as eyes, and long ears. She was wearing a green outfit with yellow borders, a white cloak over it, a black Belt, a yellow sash, black leggings, and long brown boots. She was definitely an exceptional beauty, rivaling even the Celestials. Holding a wooden staff, she was constantly parrying attacks from all around, although she didn't seem to be a good fighter as obvious from those movements. They were simple and direct, which did their job, but still, it was obvious of how she was being cornered bit by bit. This woman was Reveria Ijos Alf, an elven royalty as well as the best magic caster of current Rio or perhaps even the world. Her skill with casting spells was great and phenomenal, since she could easily intervene and mix certain chants at any given time to bring about exceptional effects. This alone proved her ability, since doing that would require using magic power in separate wavelengths at the same time, kind of like mixing oil and fire together and hoping to control the resulting situation. If the control over magical energy itself wavered even a little, huge explosion could take place, bringing the caster down, but she was master at it, along with many other abilities common among top-tier mags. She was considered best and was LVL 6, but now was in a dilemma. The problem here was the place of fighting. She could chant even in this situation while solving all those attacks, and even control the amount of magic energy invested to the minimum to reduce resulting effect, and thus the damage to minimum, but it would still accumulate, and in case some structure fell around and those living inside died, that would be disastrous. At least she wasn't willing to risk it, so she just fended off their attacks while chanting magic to empower herself. Still, the number fighting her was great. Several dozen attacks would come at the same time, leaving almost no room to maneuver around for her. As if that wasn't bad enough, the ones fighting her were Amazonas, who were famous for their fighting capabilities, and each of these Amazonas was LVL 3. She herself was double their level, but her forte lied in magic, and even though her physical stats were quite good, but she still lacked this sort of fighting experience. So at most, she was able to throw them around a bit without being able to deal any serious damage. Seeing this, Zoro got excited. From what he knew, Bell was taken by some Amazonas, and here he found some, each of whom seemed troublemaker. He moved forward, unsheathing his swords, and threw himself in that turmoil. After some time, Amazonas warriors could be seen lying limp in the middle of the road, blooded all over. He had taken care to not kill them, but in this condition, it wouldn't take long for them to succumb to their injuries if not treated in time. Zoro could be seen grabbing one by neck, lifting her off the ground. "Hey, speak. Where's Bell?" He was using intimidation tactic here, since Amazonas were made up of tough material. It wasn't easy to make them talk, but he needed her to open her mouth, and fast. While he was interrogating her, the answer came from someone else. "I know where he is." It was Reveria. "What?" "He is in the hospital. We found him in a rather bad shape and transferred him there along with others. Others? My Famelia members." "Way." They dash. She was just about to tell him, but then remembered a rather bizarre rumor. It wasn't common knowledge or anything, but she had heard of him having direction problems. Never mind. Follow me. Even though she didn't have time, she decided to lead him there. He had helped her out, and so did Bell, so it wouldn't be right to just let it be. Anyway, it wasn't far from where she was going, so why not? It was a rather spacious room with several beds lined up in proper order along the walls on both sides. Several individuals, all female except one, could be seen lying over these comfy mattresses with one thing in common. All were bandaged to some extent, with one seeming more serious than the others, but not too much. It was Bell. It seemed his bones had been broken once again, but then again this might even be better. Last time, his broken bones had been fixed by someone he didn't know who neither. How? On top of that, he wasn't healed properly afterwards, and no rest either. That could easily make his bones weak and vulnerable, and this was indeed result of said weakness. Now his bones had been fixed once more, and in precise way as well. On top of that, powerful healing magic had been used, which was much better than using any number of potions along with good rest. There was one problem though, which wouldn't be solved even with strongest of healing magics, and that was loss of blood. Indeed, he had lost a lot of blood, due to which had weakened his body. Although blood transfusion was an act right now, it would still take some time for him to get better and healthy. Zoro came over and sat beside him, and only then did Bell notice him and opened his eyes, calling out to him, "Captain." Zoro looked him up and down, finally speaking, "You seem to be in pretty bad shape." Hearing that, Bell shook his head in denial. "No, never. I'm perfectly fine, he was smiling as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha, how indeed that's how a man gotta act. Zoro too was relieved seeing that. The light in his eyes shone ever so brightly even after whatever he had gone through. Nothing could be better. After laughing a bit, his eyes turned serious. Now tell me, what happened? Before that, is Leo all right? Yeah, he should be fine. Last I heard from Lily, he seemed to be in better condition albeit unconscious. I see. That's good. Bell sighed in relief hearing that. If there was one thing he worried most, it was Leo. That guy had also fought alongside him, risking his life despite not knowing the reason. He was truly a loyal comrade. So, I found this girl. He started narrating all that had transpired. He had come across Loki Famelia members who were vastly outnumbered and being bombarded from all sides by some Amazon warriors. To help them, he intervened despite not being fully healed, and the result, he managed to take down quite a bit of lower-level ones but got thrashed afterwards, and he was here the next time he opened eyes. Hearing all that, Zoro stayed silent. If seen from correct perspectives, Bell was responsible for everything that had happened to him. His hero complex was what brought him here. Then again, if it was Zoro himself, then indeed, he too would have fought to protect that sick girl without knowing the truth, especially because of their bad reputation. There were stories of Ishtar Famelia kidnapping beautiful girls and forcing them into this nightly business. Although there was never a proof, but rumors were enough to become vigilant. As for intervening for Loki Famelia, he probably wouldn't have since that was their fight, and he still wouldn't intervene in their matters. But as for Berbera, Ishtar Famelia Amazonis, they needed to be taught a lesson. Especially that captain of theirs who had caused deaths of many innocents and had even kidnapped Bell. If not for that Renard, who knew what would have become of Bell under that woman's hands. Rest well. I'll be right back, Zoro said, patting Bell over the shoulders, and left. From what? He knew that captain of Ishtar Famelia was LVL5, and he probably wouldn't be able to deal with her, but at least some interest had to be collected, both for Bell and for the deceased. The problem now was, where? He left the hospital and started searching, but he wasn't alone. Some Loki Famelia members who had relatively healed had also joined him, since this was a troubling matter to them as well. 2 Amazonian familiars were present in the city at the same time. There was very high chance of collusion between these 2 familiars, which could be dangerous, especially in current conditions. Due to which, these members came along with Zoro, with the main purpose being to know the situation their members were facing. There weren't many, just about 5 people, 4 females and 1 male, and no one said anything. Tension was evident in the air, and it came from Loki Famelia members. Things were going bad today. They were attacked and Lefia was kidnapped. As if that wasn't bad enough, their 2 Amazon sisters had disappeared to who knows where, and the whole Famelia had gone out in search of them. And now they were continually getting news of their members being attacked, including even Reveria, and the worst, they weren't able to help much due to injuries. Now their conditions were much better and at least wouldn't become a burden, so they decided to act. After asking around for some time, they finally got a clue. Apparently, someone was fighting a monster in certain direction, hearing which, the group moved on towards it. After passing through some corridors, they came across a rather heated confrontation out in open Big Street. Several fights between Berbera and Loki Famelia members could be seen taking place here and there, with most heated one being the one between Ace and Frine. This was his first time seeing Frine, and yes, she did look more like a monster than anything else. She was a huge fat woman with frog-like face and hideous expression. He heard her saying something about being beautiful and what not, but from where he stood, her beauty was utmost comparable to Katerina Devon, and that wasn't saying much. Regardless, she was strong and was fighting in direct one-on-one confrontation with Ace. They were fighting in a dimension of their own, with no one daring to come close, else be injured. Frine could be seen quite injured, while Ace wasn't exactly in great shape herself. How? Seeing this battle shocked Loki Famelia members who were with him. They couldn't understand of how Frine was fighting somewhat on par with their role model Ace, despite the level gap between them. And the gap wasn't just about level, but also techniques and skill. Ace was no doubt superior to Frine in all aspects of combat, save for maybe endurance, and yet this was happening. Perhaps the rumors were true after all, that Ishtar Famelia falsified their official levels, but Zoro didn't quite agree. His attention was taken by someone else, so that's the one. He was looking towards the roof of one of the houses. Some hooded individuals could be seen standing there with 3 Amazones around. It was as if said Amazonesses were protecting the hooded individual, but why? Amazonesses were fight-thirsty warriors who would do anything to get a good fight, and to get a strong man. Anyway, such fierce battle was taking place down below, and yet they just stood, watch protecting whoever that was. The only reason could be the importance of said hooded individual, but what was that importance? Answer was obvious just by looking at Frying Jamel. She had some golden lights surrounding her, which was probably what helped her in fighting on par with A's. Perhaps it increased her stats, but from where he stood, it was probably something like level up, since only then could that woman bridge the gap, and said miraculous power-up could only be the result of some skill or magic, and this skill or magic probably originated from that hooded individual. Still, what's the hurry? A should have been able to deal with Frying Jamel even now. She was a good fighter, much better than Frying, who was for the most part relying on brute force. The only reason A's was being pushed was probably due to some urgency that he could feel from her movements. Perhaps she wanted to go somewhere fast, so her focus wasn't on the fight at hand. Seeing that, Zoro sighed, whispering to himself, she has much to learn. A's was no doubt talented, but she lacked experience. Even if she wanted to end it fast, she should focus on the enemy at hand and not something else, since only that way would she succeed, but her mind was filled with other thoughts. Then again, she was young, about 16 to 17 years old, so she should get better with more experience. Are you just going to keep standing here? Zoro then turned to girls beside him who just stood there, gawking at the sight. It seemed it was hard for them to accept what was taking place, but now wasn't the time. Hearing him, they too woke up from their stupor and joined their other members in battle. There was imbalance in numbers before, which still existed, but at least the burden was eased by quite a bit by their entrance. Zoro himself unsheathed his swords and sent a compressed air slash towards that hooded individual. He had a doubt he wanted to confirm, and so the roof became his fighting ground. That slash was intercepted by one of the Amazons protecting the hooded, but jumped back right after, since rain of slashes descended upon her from below. Seeing this almost frantic attack, the 3 protectors came into action and started intercepting all slashes, but they were being overwhelmed by pure number of them. Zoro just stood at place, waving his swords as fast as possible. Each wave would send a slash. These slashes weren't powerful, but were great in number, and as expected, not long after, the hood of the hooded individual was blown apart. He never targeted her, only the hood, and yes, his suspicion was proven to be correct. That should be the one. He was looking at the true face hidden beneath the hood. It was the Renard Bell had told him about. He had a doubt before, so didn't target her, and that doubt originated from atmosphere she gave off. Even while covered, her atmosphere was pure and innocent like a child, which was completely unlike all the Amazonesses present here, and this matched with what Bell had told him about. You'll pay for this, said one of the protectors, screaming her throat out. She was quite tall and well built for battle, but even though she said that didn't descend, she simply picked up the Renard and left along with other 2. Seeing them leave, Zoro didn't pursue and shifted his attention to the real target. Frying Jamel. That's the one he came to handle, and it seemed his work had been made easier thanks to both A's and that Renard. He could feel the light shimmering around her vanish bit by bit, weakening her in the process, and getting beaten by A's. And so, he also moved with all 3 swords coated in armament, running towards them while warning A's, "Get away." At the same time, he held 2 of his swords in hands horizontally above his shoulders and lined up the one in mouth in the same direction as the ones over shoulders and jumped in the air, performing a powerful circular swing. 3-sword style, 360 caliber soaring phoenix. 3 slashes got launched in the air towards Frying Jamel, with each slash empowering the other, like birds moving in a flock. This was a stronger version of the same technique he had used to cut through the sonic field during War Game. Azu was close to Frying, jumped away, and this attack landed straight on her face, or at least it should have, but she managed to bring her battle axe in between, whose flat surface deflected his attack towards the sides. This attack went useless, but he never expected it to succeed to begin with. If it had succeeded, then Frying simply wouldn't have been capable of reaching LVL5. Zoro nonchalantly came forward. "I can feel you're in a hurry, so go. Leave her to me." Hearing him, Ace got confused. "Are you sure?" She's LVL 5-inch. What was this guy talking about? Frine wasn't some soft permission. She was a genuine LVL 5, and yet he was saying this? Hearing her, Zoro once again motioned. I'll manage. Go. What she was seeing was confidence. This guy was really confident in this, wasn't he? Still, if he had this much belief in his abilities, then why not? Be careful. With that last word, she left towards where she should be. Seeing Ace leave, Frine was furious, but she had no courage to follow after. The effect of that magic was gone, and without that, she wouldn't even be able to make Ace serious. But there was this one thing angering her. You think you can handle me, boy? That confidence in this guy's tone was irritating her. Just where did this confidence come from? She didn't know, and she had no wish to know. Her only source of happiness now would be to completely destroy this guy. You're that baby boy's captain, isn't you? Not gonna speak, then so be it. You'll be with him soon enough. It seemed she didn't know of Belle's escape, but her tone irritated him as much as she was irritated by him. He walked forward, step by step towards her, and he was indeed confident. Even if his chances of beating her weren't high, he could still give her some rather memorable scars, especially in the condition she was currently in. On top of being injured by Ace, the side effects from that magic had also started to appear. Zoro had no idea of what it was, but he was certain that there was a price to pay for every temporary power-up, especially if said power-up originated due to someone else and not one's own capability. In that case, it became borrowed power, and thus, there was a cost to be paid. Based on what it did, he could assume the cost to be opposite, about which he was right. Yes, no doubt that magic allowed Haruheim to level up a person temporarily, but the drawback was also quite severe. After the effect of that magic wears off, the person loses a level temporarily, and that was happening to Frine. But that said, even though she lost a level and became LVL 4, she was still strongest within said level with maxed out stats. Minimum stats for power up and maximum stats for power down. That's what Haruheim magic revolved around. So, even though Zoro could tell she had weakened, and she herself also knew said fact, didn't matter. She was still much stronger than him in pure stats-wise, and from her perspective, that was enough to plow him down. She readied her battle axe and ran full speed towards Zoro, as if to ram into him. Seeing her mad bull-like sprint, Zoro too sprinted towards her with swords ready to strike at moments. Notice. Bit by bit, the distance between them reduced within a second, and she swung her battle axe. She swung it with such force that the air around screamed and was blown away. The result, nothing. She couldn't feel having hit anything except for empty air. Before her mind could properly process. Cut. Ah! She screamed after feeling immense pain from left part of her stomach area. She immediately jumped to the right and saved herself from another gruesome attack from the back. Zoro had attacked her from a blind spot. In her mad dash, she either forgot or never considered such scenario. Zoro, who was running towards her, didn't clash head-on. That would have been a suicide, so rather than doing that, he took advantage of the time she was fully focused on her swing. There was a saying, one is most vulnerable while attacking, and that couldn't be true. He had timed everything perfectly. If there was even a bit of delay, his head would have gone far away. He ducked to the left while she was halfway through the swing, which she noticed but couldn't act immediately. Afterwards, he used both of his swords and hands to leave a deep wound on the left part of her stomach, but he didn't stop there. Moving behind her, he attacked once again, but she jumped away in time and managed to save herself. Seeing her getting away, Zoro smirked, and he extended his arms holding the swords and cut them through air. Slash slash. Fierce wind blades formed and got hurled towards her at the speed of formation, which was instantaneous. They tore through the air, cutting everything in the way apart, and reached her in lightning speed. Humph. Seeing this, she suppressed her pain, and her body shook. Her battle axe transformed into several after-images which intercepted all of the projectiles coming over. There wasn't exactly any precision here, just brute force and speed which destroyed all of these wind blades. Zoro wasn't surprised, seeing none of them reaching her or doing any damage. He moved forward and closed the distance, starting close quarter combat against her. Using superior tactics and patterns, he was able to neutralize many of her attacks while landing many of his own, but to no avail. She kept her guard up, not giving him any chance to exploit any weakness. The attacks that did manage to make it through could at most leave shallow marks. And nothing else. That said, both of them kept each other in check. He took full advantage of any opening, while she also took full advantage of her superior stats to battle him. That said, none of their attacks properly connected even once except for when defending. Their fighting styles were similar but now different. She attacked many times, but he managed to dodge or parry most of them. There was one which made it to him, but he managed. On the other hand, he attacked from several different directions with even more variations, and yet most were blocked. This battle kept on going like this for quite some time. This was a battle of resilience and endurance. Whoever kept on their game would win. If seen from another perspective, this battle should have ended long time ago. There was a difference of 2 levels between them, and there was no doubt that she was much stronger than him in terms of stats, but she lacked too much. Her technique was sloppy, her reactions delayed, and the way of fighting was fair too. Impractical for someone at her level. Perhaps she was a great fighter once, but she was rusted, probably due to relying too much on borrowed power. Zoro, on the other hand, was complete opposite. Save for physical stats, he surpassed her in everything else. Still, as time went on, he noticed an anomaly. Her wounds were healing, and they were healing at a bit too fast a speed. Even the deep scar on stomach had stopped bleeding. This confused him since he didn't see her using any healing magic, skill, or item. Then how? Seeing his confusion, she taunted. Come. Use your best move, else once I've recovered, you're dead. Really? Sure, your physical wounds are healing, but what about mind power? I wonder how long you'll be able to keep this up. The only explanation for this oddity would be some sort of passive skill or development ability, but that was also fine. Sure, her physical wounds were healing, but that consumed her mind power, so it was an equal trade-off. Still, he needed to finish this fast since there was a high possibility of her recovering her level back. He didn't know for how long it would take, but if she did, he would have no choice but to retreat. That said, he didn't become impatient. Till now, he was measuring her patterns of attack and defense, and it wouldn't be long until he would be able to land a strong hit. But he would probably have to face great danger to do that. But it was fine. An injury for an injury was more than acceptable for him. Both of his swords moved to and fro, attacking, parrying, and sometimes blocking, but each of said blocks would send him flying a few feet back, which he would follow up by attacks, at which point he would again dodge. He tried to find an opening during that interval, and there indeed were openings during every one of those scenarios, but he could make use of them. Every time she attacked him like that, she would also jump back the same instance. Many a times he rolled on the floor to deal some sort of damage during those instances, but she was a bit too cautious, so nothing worked. Since this is the case, he decided to use another tactic he hadn't used for quite some time now. He once again attacked her, and she once again blocked. He did so again, just waiting her to attack for a moment where he wouldn't be able to dodge, and she would be certain of that as much as he would. It didn't take long. He himself presented himself in such position, and she took advantage of that, launching a full-powered attack. Every one of these attacks would produce thunderous sounds due to the amount of power put inside. Seeing her hands moving back for said attack, he changed the direction of the blade and waited. Right now, she was vulnerable, no doubt, but he wouldn't be fast enough to launch an attack, at least not till her attack would reach him. Just being able to see and predict an action didn't mean it could be neutralized or be taken advantage of, so he gave up such thoughts and waited. Just when her attack reached halfway through, he used the very tip of his blade in right hand and positioned it to strike right at the center of power accumulation on this battle axe. What dash? She couldn't understand what had happened. It seemed as if all the power she had put inside that battle axe was wasted. The impact force was gone, and for a moment, she couldn't move, and he took advantage of that. Stab. The sword in his left hand stabbed right through her body at stomach area. They weren't standing at too much a distance, especially now when she herself had gotten closer to attack. Gardash. Feeling such pain, her mind went blank, but he wasn't finished yet. He wanted to slash her off from stomach, but she, without caring for anything, attacked him. He immediately ducked to dodge the attack, only to be smashed into the ground by her feet. Gudash. He couldn't help spitting a mouthful of blood. This was the danger he had to face to launch a successful attack. People usually become aware of much at the time of extreme danger, and it seemed she did as well. What she did just. No was without thinking, just pure instinct to save her life, and he was down. Without giving him any chance, she stomped once again, burying him half in the ground. It was good that he applied armament all over, otherwise he would have been turned into a pulp. But her attacks didn't stop. While keeping her feet over him, fixing in place, she raised her battle axe and it came crashing down on his head. Stab. Slash. Only to miss the mark due to sudden imbalance. While on the ground, fixed in place, he stabbed her leg at knee and slashed upwards with full force, making a huge cut which seemed hideous. Damn you. With one sword stabbed in the stomach while the other almost slashing off one of her legs. She couldn't even properly scream, only cursing, which in itself sounded like a scream. She stepped back, covered in blood, falling to the ground. Cough. Cough. Zoro too stood up, patting himself. His chest had grown red due to spitting blood. He felt as if several of his organs had been smashed. Standing, he started walking towards her. Staggeringly. No. Do not come over. I give. Yes. You can have it. My body is yours from now. You won't find beauty like me anywhere. Please. Please. Seeing him coming over, she started bawling like a child, only to start making what she considered to be seductive movements. This vermin. Zoro rarely cursed anyone, and she became one of them. This disgusted him. Perhaps Zoro would have let her go after she gave up, but her next words. An axe offended him a lot. Sure, she could give up, but why talk like that? Not a shred of sincerity. So, without caring for anything, he went ahead and slashed off one of her arms. Ah! You, and she lost consciousness. Seeing her lying there, unconscious, he unceremonially went ahead and took his sword back, which resulted in gush of blood. You should be thankful for that, Renard, who saved Belle, otherwise today would be your death day. With that, he stepped back. By now, the fights taking place around were over. It wasn't because one side defeated the other, but rather due to her fine last scream. It was so loud that even the sound of battle had been overshadowed, due to which they were forced to stop. Everyone present watched in horror at her, bathing in her own blood with one arm lying elsewhere, and then at him who seemed like a Zoro with that piercing gaze he was directing towards them. You there. Take this and leave. Don't force me to kill you all. This was a clear-cut warning for all Amazones present on the scene, and they didn't even squeak for a moment before coming back to their senses. They immediately ran and picked her up. Even now at death's door and unconscious, Frine was making it hard for others to save her, due to that weight. Still, even with a ton weight, several Amazones together managed to pick her and her arm up and immediately left for some nearby hospital or medical center. Things would get out of hand if she died after all. Seeing them leave, Zoro turned towards Loki Famelia members. Let's go. He wasn't asking them to come with him, but rather for them to lead the way towards that hospital. As it was, he had already forgotten the way back, so why yes. They also needed to go back since the injuries accumulated were quite deep. And even if they wanted to go and help others, what could they really do in this situation except for becoming a burden? And they headed back. From time to time, they would glance at him, up and down in rather curious manner. Is there something on my face? And no, nothing like that. It's just, are you really, like really only LVL2? This was hard for her to believe. It had to be known that she was known as one of the 5 strongest LVL4s in Rio, and yet even she wouldn't be able to beat him who was supposedly LVL2. That had to be a lie, right? Think what you want. And that was his only reply, after which he became silent. He was feeling sleepy and hungry, so wasn't in any mood to talk around with anyone. It didn't take long for them to arrive back at the hospital, and lo and behold, Hestia had come over. It was Loki Famelia who had informed them of Belle being here, so they came. Another good thing was that Leo had also woken up and should be fine, but wasn't here at the moment. Not just him, no one including Belle was here. Before he could ask Hestia anything about them, she asked him the first question, to brief all that had happened. Hearing what he did had shocked her to no end, but he didn't dwell on that further and decided to inquire her about others. So, where are others? Hearing him, she couldn't help taking a deep sigh. They got another mission by that Fell's fellow and left with Hermes Famelia. I wanted to stop them, but well, it's fine. They are not children, so let them brave some dangers, but is Belle all right? All right. More than that. He's already leveled up, and boy was I shocked. He didn't tell me the details of what happened, but whatever it was, boosted his growth by a lot, but she looked at his stats sheet and sighed. Forget it. Then that's good. Belle had gone through 2 highly intense battles back-to-back and had managed to survive both, even though the chances of that happening were slim, but still. Since he succeeded in that rooftop interaction, it was no surprise for his stats to rise. Still, you've really caused a lot of trouble. Just beating her would have been fine, and yet you couldn't be helped. Fine. I'll deal with Ishtar later. Come, rest for a bit. You must be tired. Yeah, zzzzzzzz. And he fell asleep right after falling on the couch. Stats sheet. Belle Cranel, level 2. Human Gamela 15. Stats. Strength, SS 1091. Endurance, SSS 1400. Dexterity, S936. Agility, SSS 1200. Magic, SS 1075. Luck, H. Tenacity, H. Skills. Lyra's Freeze, Hidden. Fast growth as long as a desire lasts. Stronger the desire, the faster the growth. Extremely. Intense desires could help break past certain limits. Argonaut. A chance at victory. Magic. Firebolt. Belle Cranel, level 3. Human Ermela 16. Stats. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Luck, H. Tenacity, H. Skills. Lyra's Freeze, Hidden. Fast growth as long as a desire lasts. Stronger the desire, the faster the growth. Extremely. Intense desires could help break past certain limits. Argonaut. A chance at victory. Magic. Firebolt. An end. So here is CH15, also the last CH of this arc. Next chapter, we'll probably meet back in Rio, since adventures here are over. As for all of Loki Famelia fights and stuff, that's their matter. Not mine, so I didn't add them. Now you might have noticed of how small a role was played by Belle in this arc, except for I suppose being thrashed around. I did that since Belle is going to be the main character of next arc alongside Zoro, of course. I brought the guy over from One Piece so it wouldn't sit right with me to just have him sit on the sidelines. Anyway, for Belle and Leo, this was character progression, and also for Zoro to finally act like one belonging here and not there, so there's that. Then I've sowed the seeds for conflict between these two familiars, which I hope I'm able to have them bear fruit. Also, as you've noticed, I've stopped bolding every single spoken sentence, although process. Do tell me if you would rather have it like before and I'll fix it. So, did you like or did you not like? Perhaps you think it would have been better with something more, or any fan ideas for next arc. All are welcome. I'll try to see how to implement ideas given by you fellows. Anyway, this is also completed, and I'll meet you fellows in the next chapter. Regards. Reunion. CH16, Reunion. Enjoy. The next day. Damn it all. Ishtar stood in her room fuming with anger. Everything she had planned had gone haywire. One of her trump cards against Freya Famelia had gone missing while her captain was in miserable condition. It was good that the arm was cut clean and was frozen before it could go. Bad otherwise this captain of hers would become one-armed. She was being treated in the back tent even while she cursed the world. It seemed to her as if the whole world had turned against her. Why was it that every bad thing was happening to her? As if that wasn't enough, Callie came to visit at the worst time possible. As soon as that woman entered, she uttered a single word, taking her stance. "I'm out," she said. Ishtar didn't need any explanation or context. She immediately knew what Callie was talking about, and hearing that angered her to no end, but she stopped herself from blowing. She couldn't exactly do anything in current situation. She was weak when compared to Callie as is, and now her reliance, that growing demispirit, was gone. Yes, it was her who brought all those violas and that fetus out of Rio through back channels. The reason for that was because Rio wasn't safe. If anyone got even a slight hint of their presence, then her familiar along with them would have been exterminated, and so she saw it fit to have them grow up outside in those dizzying caves, but everything was over. Someone raided there, killed all the violas and took that thing away, and she couldn't do anything about it. She could only hope now that her involvement in all this would remain Hidden otherwise, she wouldn't survive this time around. Still, but why? The only thing she could do was to ask for a reason. Why was it that Callie, who was so pumped up for this war against Freya, was backtracking? It's simple really. You're too weak. Callie had her doubts regarding this plan of hers and the incidents prior confirmed them. She wasn't capable of uprooting that behemoth even with some extra help. Hearing such direct, negative remark, Ishtar's face contracted in humiliation. She gritted her teeth and asked again, "What makes you say that? You think I'm deaf or blind? Do you think I don't know about that captain of yours, who's lying in half-dead state right now, and that the one who did that wasn't even from Loki Famelia? An alleged LVL-2 brought your Famelia to this misery. What else to say after that? Humph. LVL-2. That's what they say. I've never once believed that statement, even though she said that. Deep down she knew that it wasn't possible to fake one's level in front of the guild, and that was especially true for Hestia Famelia, which was new. All of their members must have been verified at the guild regarding their levels, so it couldn't be faked. Still, she refused to believe just because she didn't want to believe. Hearing her, Callie shook her head, laughing. Believe what you want, I don't care. Anyway, best of luck, and if you have even a bit of brain, then don't target that Famelia. You won't be able to handle the consequences. What consequences? What can Hestia or her Famelia do anyway? I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about Loki Famelia. Would they let you harm the ones who helped them? Not to mention all the damage that happened to the city. Reaching till here, Callie, who was talking nonchalantly, quietened down a bit, wallowing in sorrow. Guild would probably put all the charges over my head and ignore your involvement, but you would simply be giving them a reason to go after you if you decide to involve Hestia or her Famelia without any justification. Hearing more and more soured Ishtar's mood even further. She knew and understood what Callie was talking about, but would she really just let it be? She had some reputation, and if the word of this incident spread, then she would become a laughingstock that someone almost killed her captain, and she couldn't even touch that someone out of fear of Anthoforce. It just wouldn't sit right with her. Thinking till here, she shook her head and looked Callie in the eyes. No, Hestia is going to pay, and I'll make sure of that. It's a matter of my reputation. If it's about reputation, then you better keep your mouth shut. Only Loki and Hestia, and your Famelia and me knows of what happened, and no one else. Do you want everyone to start talking about something which could otherwise stay hidden? I doubt they would spill the beans. She had a point. So far as Ishtar knew of Loki and Hestia, they wouldn't talk about this incident, or any for that matter, openly. It was better to keep shut, but fine. I'll stay my hand for now. Sweet yourself. Callie knew she couldn't change Ishtar's mind, and she had no interest in doing so anyway. The only reason she was talking like this was to warn Ishtar. Sure, they didn't have any great friendship, but if Ishtar moved, some blame would come her way as well regarding whatever would happen then, and she was already worried about all the mountains about to fall over her head, so didn't want any more tension. Anyway, she came to tell Ishtar her decision, and she had done so. There wasn't anything left here for Callie to involve herself in. I'm taking my leave. Again, best of luck. Seeing her leave, Ishtar wanted to step forward and stop, but couldn't. She was back to square one. Now she only had one trump card remaining, and that too would be useless in current conditions. Even if she did play that move, her Famelia would still be stomped by Freya. Taking a deep sigh, she went and laid on her couch, staring in empty air. All her plans had fallen, and she didn't even have a mood to be furious. She called for wine and drowned herself in it. Hestia Famelia was back. They had gone out for a 3-day trip and returned just in time. All that transpired there was tiring. Everyone wanted to rest, and so they did. That was the reason of as to why they came back so late, even though they should have reached back by noon. Anyway, everything was finally over. Ishtar, very unlike herself, stayed silent, but this silence frightened Hestia, who knew what the woman was thinking about. She swore to herself that if something happened to her children due to that vixen, she would destroy her in both worlds regardless of rules. There was also something to be relieved about. All the damage that had been done to Melon was paid by Callie. She was forced to, and that meant that Fellow, who had his livelihood destroyed, could rebuild everything. She was happy about that, but all the innocent lives lost wouldn't come back, would they? Still, now wasn't the time to be worried about all that. It was night by the time they returned, and they were tired, both mentally and physically. Sure, they had rested in Melon for a bit before leaving, but rest outside and rest in one's own home were two completely different things. Each went to their room and got a good night rest. The next morning brought a new day as well as a new guest. While everyone was freshening up, someone came to their doorstep ringing the doorbell. Lily went ahead and opened the door, but no one could be seen except for what appeared to be an envelope. This was strange. Why would they leave it here when the letter box was just beside the door? Confused, she picked it up and came back inside. Nothing could be seen on top of said envelope, no address or name. Nothing. What is it now? Hestia could be seen standing in the middle of the hall lighting by the firewoods. It was a lot colder today than usual, which was natural. Winter had started after all. And with this winter, it had been 2.5 months since Zoro came over and Bell went to his very first adventure, reaching LVL2. Everything had changed afterwards. Regardless, Lily came to her, confused. Everyone else was converging after freshening up around her. I don't now. Look, Hestia-sama, someone left this outside the door, but no name or address. Open it. Let's see what's inside. Yes. It didn't take long. There was only a single sentence along with some address which read, "Thanks for your help. Collect your reward from here." And that was it. Bell, this. Emma, is it about that mission? Leo, probably. Hestia, good. We went through so much trouble there. Let's see what this reward is all about. Everyone else. Welf and others stood there, not understanding anything. As far as they knew, it was a simple mission, so what trouble? They didn't know anything about all that had transpired there since the group directly want to sleep after coming back. What are you guys talking about? Oh, of course, you wouldn't know. It's a long story and Lily will tell you all later, but who'll go to collect it? Bell and Leo came forward, raising their hands at about the same time. Let me. Zoro, who stood silent till now, also spoke up. Then go, but be careful. This could be a trap. We will. And with that they left towards the location given on the note. Seeing them leave, Hestia whispered to herself, "It should be worthwhile. I know you want to know, but who's going to make the breakfast? I'm hungry." They should return by then. Last night they directly went to sleep after coming over, so Hestia and others couldn't help massaging their empty stomachs. Certainly. And with that, Celeste and Emma moved towards the kitchen. There was no fixed menu. They would just make whatever could be made. After some time, Belle and Leo came back, supporting a bag. It wasn't big, neither was it small. By now, everyone knew of all the events that took place in Melon. Lily had briefed everything to them, and so everyone was expectantly waiting. The difficulties they faced due to those missions weren't small, and so the reward should be phenomenal as well. At least, they hoped so. Seeing them coming over, Welf came forward. "Come. Tell em dash," only to be stopped by Hestia, who remained seated looking at all the food present on dining table. "Wait. First eat, then other things. I can't wait any longer, and look, he's already eating," she motioned towards Zoro, who had busied himself gulping all the food down. He never cared about any reward, so whatever it was wouldn't matter him in the slightest. His first priority right now was to eat and fill his empty stomach. Seeing this, others followed, with Belle and Leo also taking their seats. Yes, Hestia-sama. There was no fixed arrangement of seating. Anyone could sit anywhere to eat surrounding the dining table. Let's eat. It didn't take long for table filled with food to go empty. Everything, even scraps, were eaten, clean with nothing left. Usually everyone would go out for some exercise after eating, but now they remained seated. That was the best. Yeah, it was great like always. Now then, open it. Let's see what we got. They were all waiting for Belle to open the bag. This was the first time they had been issued a mission from Guild, and said mission was divided into many missions. They shouldn't be stingy. Indeed. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he opened the bag. Even he himself didn't know what it was all about. They just went there with letter and got this bag in return. They wanted to open it on the way, but resisted the impulse. The thing that came into view after opening it surprised everyone. This, not too shabby. It was a grimoire, and not one but a whole total of 3. Taking them out, he checked the bag, which was now empty. There was nothing else inside. It seemed the rewards were these grimoires, and yeah, nothing else would have suited better than these. Grimoire in essence was a book written by using monster drops of at least LVL 5 or higher as the main component, coupled with required specialized skills and number of failures during formation and all other costs made it so that the demand was always there while the amount limited. These things were priceless. Even in the whole of Ororio today, there didn't exceed 5 people capable of making these books, and yet even among them, the chances of successful formation were 1 in 10, provided that best of materials were used. Their effect, these books allowed one to learn and use magic based on themselves, their personalities, fighting styles, wants, needs, etc. Any person of any race could use a grimoire and gain some sort of magic, given they had a fauna. Other than that, there was a limit. Any person could only use one grimoire in their whole lives. That simply illustrated of how great a power magic was, and so the limitation. But even despite said limitations, any Famelia would want this thing. The question now was, who to give these grimoires to. They had in total 12 members, of whom only 3 could be chosen. The decision was left to Hestia, since it was difficult for any of them to make a proper, unbiased judgment. So first, let's remove those who just can't be given. Bell has already used one, so his removed, and Zoro can't use any magic, so his also removed. With that, we have 10 members remaining. She looked around at each one's placid faces. From the outlooks, it seemed that to them it didn't matter of who she chose. Naturally, all of them would want this thing, and why wouldn't they? Having multiple trump cards was a must for those in this profession, but they also understood that the amount was limited, so they didn't become too excited so as to not feel down if not selected. Seeing them like this warmed her heart. She more than anything else didn't want any sort of disturbance in Famelia regarding this matter, and so, of the 10, we have 2 groups. Those who went and completed the missions and those who stayed back to protect the home. Honestly, it's hard for me to decide who to give them to. So, give me your thoughts. Hearing that, Carl stepped forward. I don't think my group would want any. We already have all the tools, skills, and magic needed to perform our best, so he looked around at each of Orchestra's members, all of whom nodded in confirmation. He wasn't wrong. They would want these grimoires, but they already had everything. In that case, my suggestion would be to give one to someone who doesn't have any skill or magic. With that, he along with everyone in the room turned to Leo. He was the only one who would need these grimoires the most. Yeah, Nyatilda. He fought hard, Nyatilda, so he should get the reward, Nyatilda. Indeed. Since everyone agrees, Leo, come over. This one's yours. Hestia handed one of the grimoires to tearful Leo. He was touched by everyone. Before today, he wouldn't have even thought of getting something this precious. He knew of his own talents best, and it amounted to almost nothing. The only thing he had was determination, but everyone had that, so there was nothing special there. Now he had the ability to obtain magic, which would definitely help him and perhaps even awaken some sort of hidden talent or power he wasn't aware of. Childish thought, but hopeful. Next, I personally want to give one to Lily. There's no doubt that she's the brain, so. Well, yeah. What about the last one? Second grimoire was given to Lily. She already had magic, but it was useless in direct combat or in most dangerous situations, so having something practical could save her life and others as well. Her tactical skills were already known to everyone. In every raid, everyone battle, she was the one positioning and commanding the group, so giving one to her could bring many benefits. Now the question was who to give the last one to. There were only 2 hopeful remaining, Welf and Emma. It was hard to decide who to choose between them. Welf was their personal smith, and all items made by him were great. His talent for smithing was something even Hephaistos mentioned to be the best in Ororio, so nothing else needed to be said. As for Emma, she was a new recruit, but she already had a skill and rather powerful one at that, especially in pure combat. It was really hard to decide. Seeing everyone in Condrum, Welf stepped forward. Give it to. I don't need any new magic, especially when I can't even properly use what I already have. It would just be a waste. If you say so. And with that, Hestia handed the last grimoire to Emma Flores. Afterwards, all 3 chosen stepped forward, bowing to everyone. Thank you. Welf, stop it. There's no such thing as thanks or sorry among family. Jorah, yeah. Don't waste your time here. Go and see what you get. Clean everything up, and those who want a status update, come to my room an hour later. Now scram. An hour later. Here, take a look. Hestia handed 5 papers to 5 individuals. These were their status sheets. Not everyone came to get a status update since they themselves didn't feel like having gotten any stronger in just a week and a half. Belle's status had already been updated by her back then, but she still shared his status sheet with others by his permission. Members of Hestia Famelia shared their status sheets with others without too much reluctance. This was a sign of trust they shared with each other. Other than Belle, the ones who got status updates were Zoro, Lily, Emma, Leo, and Octave. Rorinoa Zoro, LVL2. Human Gmela 19. Stats. Strength. SSS 1400. Endurance, SS 1199. Dexterity, B710. Agility, SSS 1400. Skills. The Conqueror's Will. Those with weak wills are not permitted. Those with weak strengths are not permitted. The limits matter not. Nothing can limit a conqueror. Nothing can suppress a conqueror. Voice of all things. Ability to sense and trace the breathing and the rhythm of everything. Ability to understand all languages. Nothing is hidden, neither can it be hidden. Full counter. Resistance to all sorts of magics and phenomenon. Ability to survive in any environment. Full immunity to all sorts of harmful substances and poisons. Armament Haki. Armor, taking properties of whatever it's applied on, enhancing them in return. Rorinoa Zoro, LVL3. Human Gmela 19. Stats. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility. Skills. Haki. I0. Conqueror's Haki. To suppress and to rule, tangible or intangible. To strengthen or to destroy whatever is desired. Armament Haki. Armor, taking properties of whatever it's applied on, enhancing them in return. To touch anything, tangible or intangible. Outside projection, invisible shields. Inside projection, destructive shockwaves. Observation Haki. Ability to sense and trace everything, tangible or intangible. Large area detection. Insight, to glimpse present. Foresight, to glimpse future. Zoro no longer had any skills except for Haki. No magic, no development ability, and now the previously owned skills. Everything was sacrificed for Haki, and he had no problem with that. Now, probably due to completion, he could use advanced versions of Haki he had already mastered in the past. That said, he didn't gain back the full power of his Haki. He couldn't coat entire mountains or destroy them simply based on Haki any longer, but that was fine. That simply meant he had to train hard and become powerful to finally be able to reach said level again. Belle Cranel, Level 2. Human Gmela 15. Stats. Strength, SS 1091. Endurance, SSS 1400. Dexterity, S936. Agility, SSS 1201. Magic, SS 1075. Luck, H. Tenacity, H. Skills. Lyra's Freeze, Hidden. Fast growth as long as a desire lasts. Stronger the desire, the faster the growth. Extremely. Intense desires could help break past certain limits. Argonaut. A chance at victory. Magic. Firebolt. Belle Cranel, Level 3. Human Amela 16. Stats. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Luck, H. Tenacity, H. Abnormal resistance, I. Skills. Lyra's Freeze, Hidden. Fast growth as long as a desire lasts. Stronger the desire, the faster the growth. Extremely. Intense desires could help break past certain limits. Argonaut. A chance at victory. Magic. Firebolt. Belle had finally managed to max out of his stats. This happened mostly due to all the beating he had to endure again and again. Probably due to said beating, he gained a development. Ability. Tenacity while still being at LVL2, and said ability was already at F. He truly did go through hell again and again. As for after leveling up, he chose abnormal resistance, which would prove to be very helpful in exploring the dungeon. Octave Gatlin, LVL2. Boaz Gmela 21. Stats. Strength, D572. Endurance, E409. Dexterity, F315. Agility, I29. Magic, S901. Sonic, H. Skills. Sonic Parade. Ability to attack or defend using sound waves. Magic. Percussion. Powerful sonic vibrations for wide area annihilation. Octave Gatlin, LVL3. Boaz Gmela 21. Stats. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Sonic, H. Destro, I. Skills. Sonic Parade. Ability to attack or defend using sound waves. Magic. Percussion. Powerful sonic vibrations for wide area annihilation. Octave could LVL up quite some time ago, but he lacked the required number of stats as prescribed by Zoro. That said, he was very close to reaching SN1 and he finally did after going to the dungeon multiple times during past week. He had also accomplished something great during that time, to kill a horde of minotaurs, and that was enough. The development ability that he chose was Destro, which probably had something to do with destructive power of his music, but that remained to be proven. Lilaluka ARDE, LVL2. Paulum a female 16. Stats. Strength, I11. Endurance, I9. Dexterity, I93. Agility, I75. Magic, I30. Abnormal resistance, I. Skills. Artel assist. Compensation in ability when carrying a weight. Rate of compensation depends on weight being carried. Magic. Cinderella. Transformation in physical appearance. Permutando plaudery. Your wound is mine. My wound is mine. Echoing message of midnight. Top swap positions of physical things, living or dead. Lily's stats didn't increase by much, but she had another magic, and unlike previous one, it was chantless. It had something to do with switching people and things around. But how? That remained to be seen. Leo Diaz, LVL1. Human Gmela 15. Stats. Strength, I97. Endurance, H199. Dexterity, I7. Agility, I83. Magic, I0. Skills. Magic. Fulgurant Fulgurate. Thunder Release and Enchantment. Dance, Dance. Lord of Thunder, Lord of Sky. Destroy everything in the blink of an eye. Cover this body and let it fly. Share with all this lightness, this uplift, this freedom, this joy. Let the world know not to spy. And let it be filled with sounds of thunder, the flashing of light, the moment of plunder. Leo gained a lot from this trip. His stats were also quite high for someone who got his Fauna just a week ago, and all this was mostly due to that one incident in the inn. Yes, he had been severely injured, but he fought hard even against impossible odds with Belle. Perhaps if he did just a bit more, all of his stats would have reached H by now, but it was fine as is. The thing he was most happy about was this magic. What it did exactly remained to be seen, but it sounded powerful with word thunder and somewhat long chant. He was ready to dive into dungeon anytime now, if for nothing else than to test this new power. Emma Flores, LVL1. Human female 17. Stats. Strength, I23. Endurance, I19. Dexterity, I11. Agility, I31. Magic, I35. Skills. Rainamore. Rhapsodia among those with the same fauna. Ability to borrow stats from others of same fauna within limitations. Magic. Life link. Let all be connected by my grace, to be fulfilled right to the chase. Together we bind the threads of fate, to gain to lose till we break. Let this be blessing and not the curse, for those too brave and those too frail. What this magic was exactly remained to be seen, but Emma was hopeful, and so was Hestia. According to her, this was sort of group magic to empower multiple people, but how it worked was up in the air for now, but not for long. With this, Hestia Famelia now had 5 LVL3s, which put them among the strongest in C rank. Famelias. Given this rank was quite low, but still, it showed their phenomenal progress when compared to other Famelias. Yosh. I'm going to meet up with Take and Mayak. What about you? Is there a need to be said? Of course we're heading to the dungeon. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They had gotten new powers and it just wouldn't be right not to test them straight away. Welf, I've called Big Guy over as well. They should meet us in the tower. Celeste, that's all fine, but what about reporting? Hestia, oh, that stuff, well yeah. Let's keep Belle and Zoro's LVL ups under wrap for now. I don't want any attention. Celeste, would that really be fine? Lyra, wouldn't they blacklist us, Naya? Lily, well yeah, but Lily agrees with Hestia-sama on this one. It would be too shocking. LVL ups within months. All sorts of bad rumors would fly about. Jorah, HMPH. What's all the fuss about? It's not like we did anything wrong, so why be scared? Carl, it's not about being scared or anything. We don't want infamy which would no doubt tarnish our reputation. Hestia, since that's the case and I assume everyone agrees, we can just do something to shut their mouths. Belle, and what would that something be? Celeste, the main problem is the reason. People need a reason to believe something or at least have it sit right with them, so if we accomplish something and then announce it, should lessen the impact by great deal. Lily, let's see, something like, yeah, we could hunt a floor boss and announce level UPS after that. Belle, but wouldn't that work against us? I mean to hunt a floor boss with our small number, and given we would only have 3 official LVL3s. I don't know. That's indeed true. Lily, but we don't have any other choice, do we? Lily scanned everywhere, and after seeing no one disagreeing turned toward Zoro, who had, up till now, stayed silent. He was the captain and final decision would be his to make. All of them could only give suggestions. Personally, I don't see any problem with announcing right away, but since you think it would be a problem, then sure, let's get at it. With Zoro's approval, their course was set. They would hunt down Behemoth, the floor boss of 17th floor. Shaw, clang, boom, whomp. Several sounds were all mixed up together in this confusing environment. It was Hestia, Famelia along with Takumi Kazuchi and Mayak Famelia hunting down hordes upon hordes of monsters, left and right in a rather peculiar manner. From time to time, someone would disappear, replaced with another in blink of any eye, while at other times, someone would stand back up even after getting a direct hit from a minotaur. Over on one side, several monsters could be found lying, electrocuted, while on the other side, they were just being butchered. It happened many times that monsters disappeared simply by moving somewhere or standing still, while many others would mysteriously be cut apart into several pieces. There were some who attacked and killed their own brethren, while others would start bleeding, dying as a result in the next instance. While all this was going on, some individuals could be seen shuffling among hordes of monsters without the fear of anything. A swordsman being surrounded by monsters in one instance and said monsters being cut apart in another. A boy wielding hot knife, glowing knife, cutting through hordes of monsters, like butter with one hand, and sending electrical fire from the other. 2 young men, each one tall in their own right, standing back to back, killing any unfortunate beings coming close. And lastly, 2 girls, one running around throwing knives and what appeared to be shuriken, while at the same time killing any monster within line of sight with a short katana, while the other girl was punching, kicking and blowing any monsters coming within her range. These were also the ones who disappeared from time to time, with someone else taking their place. Over on the side, there were others, each of whom holding an equipment of sort and just playing them without a care in the world. But the strange thing was, no monster dared to come forward as if afraid of something. This was the monster spawn position of 16th floor in the dungeon. This place was relatively dangerous, since even the weakest monsters here were at least LVL2, with some LVL3s popping out from time to time to join the fray. That said, the danger right now was facing the monsters themselves, since the rate of their deaths surpassed the rate of generation. This was also the reason the party took breaks from time to time in between to give room to more monsters to spawn. Lily stood at the back watching everything, directing the fight and intervening from time to time. Sometimes she would use her crossbow to shoot down a monster, while on other times, get back to kill one with dagger. Her main job right now was to assist the party and get used to her new power, but she wasn't alone here. Emma and Leo had joined her, with the only difference being, Leo was out cold while Emma seemed extremely tired. 2 sisters, Daphne and Cassandra, along with 2 others, stood on either of their side, protecting them from monsters which managed to come over, or more like, which were made to come over. This entire party right now consisted of a total of 20 individuals, 12 from Hestia Famelia, 6 from Takumi Kazuchi Famelia, and 2 from Mayak Famelia. Daphne and Cassandra had joined Mayak, while Takumi Kazuchi Famelia got 2 new members, both of whom were LVL1, so served support role. After some time, Emma lost consciousness, followed shortly by Lily, who although didn't lose consciousness but fell to her knees. Seeing this, Daphne took out some sort of whistle and blowed it hard. The sound from said whistle wasn't loud and yet could be heard by everyone present. Hearing this whistle, all fighters stepped back while a loud gong-like sound could be heard. And, bang! That part of the floors was gone with one loud voice. It was disintegrated and monsters stopped spawning. The ones left were then picked up by fighters and slayed the next instance. Zoro came forward, drowning in his own sweat. Let's go. And everyone went back to their designated spot for rest. Everyone in the party had been fighting for quite some time now, and this was their third time taking a rest. Welf, who tilde that was great. Uka, I haven't had such extensive exercise in quite some time now. Ah. Welf, oh Leo. Rise and shine. Ah. I wasn't sleeping. Leo, who had just woken up, sat up straight with red face. This was how many times now since he lost consciousness. If not for others' timely intervention, he would have died many times over. This time they came to dungeon specifically to get back to routine along with testing their new abilities, and yes, everyone, including Leo, was satisfied. Uka, still. Man, your magic is powerful. Hope I had one like it. Hee. I was just lucky. His magic allowed him to coat himself along with his sword in lightning. After the chant was done, he could decide which part of body to coat in lightning. Coating his feet allowed him to move faster and provided greater maneuverability. Coating hands gave greater swiftness, and coating his sword gave it greater edge and destructiveness. Along with that, extra armor and electrocution came as a bonus. This was truly a mind-changing ability. He could even send lightning slashes by coating his blade in lightning, but that would consume too much mind. Other than that, he had a theory that he could even move at the speed of lightning, provided his entire body was coated in it. And there was an electromagnetic field for him to run over, but that wasn't possible for him. He had tried to do so once but lost consciousness halfway through. The price was just too great for current him. Other than coating, this magic also gave him the choice to summon bursts of thunder, which he had tried only once but got wasted. The chant of this magic itself was divided into two. The first part allowed for coating while the second part allowed for summoning lightning. Using both together gave him a sort of dominion over lightning within certain field which would be filled with this berserk power, but he couldn't do so right now. Still, this was his trump card, and it was awesome. It allowed him, even if only for a certain amount of time, to fight on par with advanced LVL1s despite being only a novice at said LVL1. This was an extremely powerful magic with untold uses, and he would have to work extra hard to become capable of using it to its fullest extent. I just hope I'll be able to master it. Jorah, don't act like a wimp. Stand straight like a man. Have some conviction. Why yes, I'll work hard. It's not only him, you know. Your Famelia has one crazy after another. As if that orchestra wasn't enough, now there are you 3-inch. Seeing them talking, Daphne also interjected, talking to Lily, who just gave a light smile. Obviously, despite their poor performance of losing consciousness again and again, the powers they possessed was no doubt great. That's right, Lilidono. Yours and Emidono's magics were great as well. Look who's talking. Hearing Mikoto, Lily couldn't help chuckling. Mikoto herself possessed such a powerful magic related to gravity, and the potential it possessed was probably on the same level as Leo's thunder. She should wake up soon. She turned around, looking at Emma, who was still knocked unconscious due to her own magic. Emma was a con drum. The very first skill she had was already bordering on insanity. It allowed her to borrow someone else's status for a certain amount of time. Of course, there were limitations, like she couldn't borrow other skills or magic if they were higher level than her, and also that she couldn't borrow any stats from anyone who was 2 level higher than hers. Still, even with these limitations, this meant that she could possibly borrow Bell's status and his skill if at the same level, and same applied for Zoro, or maybe not. Haki was something that no one understood, and even Hestia called it outrageous, so it was highly possible that she wouldn't be able to borrow that. But what about stats? Yes, she could borrow them from Zoro as well, no doubt. There were some downsides to this borrowing, but still it was a powerful skill. How she even got it, and the reason, no one knew. She just had it. Anyway, now her new magic. It was just like Hestia had said, a group support magic. It allowed her to link several individuals within 2 levels of each other together. She couldn't Link LVL1s with LVL3s, but she could link LVL1s with LVL2s and LVL2s with LVL3s, one group at a time. The limitation she faced was similar to Leo in that it consumed great amount of mind, especially if she tried to link people with 2 levels higher than her own together, which had caused her to faint within 10 seconds. She was able to link 5 individuals at LVL1 and LVL2 together and managed to keep it as is for 1 minute before fainting. This linking did one thing which was obvious. Perhaps it did other things as well, but only one could be confirmed, and that was equal distribution of pain and injury and whatnot. It couldn't do anything to LVL or stats or skills, neither could either of those be shared in this life. Link, but if one member got injured, said injury would be divided into how many numbers were connected and be distributed evenly across everyone, so one person was equal to several. When it came to endurance and vitality, this was indeed a ridiculous ability. Another downside was, she herself had to stay stationary while this magic was in effect, at least for now, and had to stay conscious, otherwise the effect would be gone. So she hadn't joined the fight this time around, but got a lot of valuable experience in testing her new magic, and at least according to her gut feeling, the people linked also shared experience evenly, but that couldn't be proven as of yet. Anyway, both her skill and magic worked in rather peculiar fashion, and both required others' help to be successful, but once succeed, they worked wonders. And last but not least, Lily herself. Her magic was like she had thought. It allowed her to swap people's positions, but she could only swap one at a time. She could also swap people with monsters and inanimate objects, but there was a limitation. One was naturally great mind consumption, another was she had to be able to see both individuals about to be swapped. Then there was coverage area problem. She couldn't swap people who were too far away from herself even if she could see them. The limit appeared to be about 50 meters for now. Her ability was great for assist, but there perhaps might be other limitations. Like what would happen if the person doesn't want to be swapped? Would she be able to move them? Or what if their level was much higher than her own? These were an important question needing to be answered, but couldn't be right now. Daphne, so, if I didn't hear it wrong, you guys plan to hunt down Goliath. Is that it? Lily, yeah. Uka interjected. Then you'll have to wait for about 2 weeks. Last Goliath was killed just yesterday. Zoro, that's fine. That means there's time to grow stronger and get better in the meantime. Belle, so, are you guys joining us tomorrow? Uka, sure. Why not? Daphne, yeah. I'll also come. What about Cassandra Dono? Her class is starting tomorrow regarding medicine making and whatnot. I'm not all that interested in that stuff. Oh, good luck then, Cassandra Dono. Thanks. While everyone was busy talking about this and that, Emma too woke up, which served as a sort of signal for the party. Carl, who was busy writing something, rose his head. I think it's enough for today. We've been fighting for quite some time now. Indeed. We should head back before it turns dark outside. Celeste nodded in affirmation, and it wasn't just her. Everyone was dead tired, and time was close as well. Zoro, who served as the de facto leader of this group, also agreed. He could see everyone's condition from a single glance, and none was exactly in great shape to continue fighting. Fine. Take some rest and freshen up. We'll be leaving in half an hour. Yes. And with that, this trip to the dungeon came to a close. Today they had hunted weeks' worth of monsters and would probably continue doing so with Hestia Famelia, who was preparing for Goliath, and that was fine and dandy. This simply meant more experience within short period of time. And like this, they fought and prepared for that one hunt, and the time came before long. Time for their hunt as well as the Donatus. An end. This was, as the name suggested, a reunion chapter. Nothing special, just a setup for next arc. A breather so to speak. And another thing. I just like these bold letters, so once I tried to go the other way around, it just didn't seem fit for me, so I'm bringing it back and will edit the previous chapter shortly after. Truthfully, I'm trying to think up of some new ideas to forward the plot, something a bit different from original script, but can't seem to think of anything as of now. Once I do, I'll upload the next chapter. And finally, like always, give me any idea you might have regarding the plot, regarding literally anything, even if it's fair into the story. Regards. Fame and Encounter. CH17, Fame and Encounter. Enjoy. How long? It should be coming soon. Hestia Famelia could be seen standing in a large hall with massive walls which shone like crystals. These crystallized walls were what provided light within the hall and also a gateway to despair. They stood watching, astonished at pure height these walls possessed. What they were, marveling at wasn't present but rather the future. Sure, these walls were big and beautiful, but what astonished them was the enormity of the being that would come out from here. From what they had heard, said being was every bit as big as these walls, something they had never seen or faced except in stories and legends. They were waiting but without doing nothing. Lily could be seen arranging all the potions in her backpack, distributing them while others were completing their own preparations for soon-to-be-fought battle. They had just arrived here, and as expected, the Goliath had yet to spawn and show itself, giving them time to arrange themselves in agreed-on formation. Crack. Suddenly out of nowhere, a small crack could be seen appearing in otherwise smooth crystal wall right in front. Get ready. Not all members of Hestia Famelia were here. Only those who would be able to do something against the Goliath and not become a burden were present here, with everyone else situated elsewhere. Those to not be present here were Suu, Emma, and Leo. Emma and Leo weren't here because their current powers wouldn't be able to deal any damage to that monster, and Suu wasn't here due to her fighting style just not being compatible. Her current punches wouldn't be able to deal any damage to the Goliath. Take and Mayak familiars had come over to help them, but not here. They were situated right outside, at the entrance of 17th floor, for the purpose of stopping any monsters from coming close. It was quite common for several monsters to come and fight alongside a floor boss whenever a battle occurred, and so their job was to exterminate these helpers. Leo, Emma, and Suu were with them, and had completed their preparations. As soon as the battle began, they would be facing waves upon waves of monsters, and they would require every single individual, every single point of power to deal with them. 7 LVL2s and 4 LVL1s. A relatively strong group, equipped with everything from fighters to a healer to magic casters and more. Their job was every bit as important as the ones fighting inside. This, too, was part of floor boss battle, one even those at low level could participate in. On 17th floor, about to face the Goliath, the atmosphere was solemn. This was their first time fighting something of this level. This was a monster which could easily destroy most C-class Famelia, and the ones fighting it were both low in level as well as numbers. Zoro and Belle could be seen standing in front of everyone, facing the crystal wall, while Lily was standing at the very back, on a raised ground. This position was dangerous, but it was also the only way she would be able to provide some help. Welf, on the other hand, was standing slightly to the left of her with a large sword and a shield. His job was to protect Lily from after shockwaves which would no doubt be produced during this battle, and also to attack the beast if a chance ever came. Right in front of them, over some distance, was where the orchestra stood. This formation was somewhat sloppy but also the most practical with their numbers. This fight would for the most part be led by Belle, with Lily and others providing support from distance. He was the main attacker as well as the distractor. He would keep Goliath attention solely towards him, giving all others chance to launch attacks from behind. This was dangerous, but his speed made it possible. Zoro, on the other hand, was like Belle but opposite. Both would keep Goliath's focus but in different ways. Belle by attacking while Zoro by defending. Yes, Zoro had chosen to not go on offense during this battle, and the reason was simple. If given a chance, he could single-handedly kill it off. Sure, Belle could do the same, but it would require a lot of time and effort for him going at it solo. That said, the main reason was something completely different. He wanted to test the power of his armament. He wanted to see the amount of defense and endurance it provided him right now, and so he stood, body covered in black metallic shine, waiting. By now, the wall was filled with cracks and the hall started shaking, as if welcoming something. They waited and waited until Belle suddenly jumped backwards while Zoro coming up front. Boom. With that sound, powerful shockwaves spreaded outwards. The ground they stood on and the walls around filling with cracks. Dust rose and covered everything, making it impossible to see anything. Not too long after. Thump. Bang. Something shot out of said dust and collided heavily with wall right behind Lily and sliding down. In the next instance, all the dust scattered around got blown away by powerful sound waves. And they finally saw it. A huge silhouette heard only in stories. It was no different from men and women, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 2 ears and all. Everything was same but much, much bigger than anything or anyone they had ever seen. With eyes glazed over and body bulging with muscles, it roared with enough force to tremble the entire hall. So that's it. Zoro came from behind, patting his body. It was him who was blown away, but even though that was the case, there wasn't a single scratch on him. On the contrary, it was Goliath bleeding from its hand it used to punch Zoro. Zoro had used his Ryo to destroy that hand from inside out while they connected, but was blown away before any major damage could be done. His physical strength was less than Goliath, but with Haki, his endurance wasn't something Goliath could pierce through. He looked at it, up and down. It's a lot smaller than giants, he whispered to himself. Yes, Goliath was big but barely reached 7 meters in height, smaller than what he was expecting, but whatever. Are you all right, Zoro-sama? I'm fine. Focus there. The real battle is about to begin. As soon as he said so, Bell jumped up and slashed his knife across Goliath's chest till abdomen, injuring it. Growl. Goliath waved its huge fist towards still in air Bell, bringing with it all the scattered wind. Now! Bell disappeared, replaced by Zoro, Bang, who was once again blown away by that huge fist right on his body, colliding and crushing the crystal wall to the right. Uadash. That one was powerful, since even though he wasn't injured, his body still felt a bit numb, and he even had a feeling of throwing up. The battle continued and Bell once again went up front. Strong impacts could be felt with each of its swings at Bell, who kept on dodging at its every blind spot. Many a times it happened that he was almost blown away by the wind pressure, accompanying those fists, or thrown upwards by impacts coming from the ground. Same was the condition for those standing to the back, albeit a bit better. The impact which traveled through ground was difficult to deal with, but the wind pressure was continuously being scattered by sonic vibrations. They were just barely keeping their ground, but if things kept on going this way, their formation would break apart. Sure, they had prepared, but in front of this pure power, all of their plans seemed to have become useless. Still, they couldn't just turn back now. Since the decision had been made, they would go all out and finish it. Enough. We're not here just for this. Jorah finally couldn't take it. While Zoro and Bell doing their job, and even Lily completing her coordination, they just stood here, watching and defending. Why were they here if that was all they could do? And so, he changed the rhyme of his music and slit barrage, launched massive barrage of sound blades, heading straight for its heads. Although they didn't deal much damage, but at least everyone got their bearing back. You couldn't be more right. Yeah, Naya. There's nothing to be afraid of, Naya. Well then, let's show it, our full power. They laughed and straightened themselves up. Now they would attack and attack and attack a bit more until that thing was down. Sure, they would defend, but only if a direct attack came their way. As for scattered wind and impacts in the ground, they would just tank all that. Full concentration. Their atmosphere changed. All the music flowed the same direction, with all notes sounding the same rhythm. This was same as what had happened during their battle against Zoro, but the song itself was different. Slowly, all the sounds started converging, but didn't take any specific shape this time around. From the looks of it, a flowing sound wave started to gather and take a long shape. Sonic River. Feeling vibrations coming over, Bell didn't move and kept on fighting the beast, distracting it with his own continuous barrages or attacks. Just when said flowing sound river came close to him, he disappeared, replaced by a stone, appearing beside Lily. Goliath, which suddenly lost its target and became confused, but in the next moment felt danger. Keeping gaze fixed on the orchestra, it opened its mouth and a roar accompanied by sonic boom erupted from between its jaws. In the next instance, not so fast. Zoro jumped upwards and slammed right into its chin from down with as much force as he could possibly exert. His punch didn't even come in contact with the beast's chin and yet forced its open jaw close. Bang! The next instance, a blast occurred right in its mouth, and it fell on its knees, holding its mouth which lacked a chin. Ha, good luck. With that, Zoro too disappeared, the same as Bell and Goliath got surrounded by sound waves the next moment. If looked from distance, it seemed as if a river had surrounded its entire body, encasing it. Seeing that, Carl opened his mouth while waving the baton in peculiar fashion. Sonic combustion. And nothing happened. There was no sound, nor was there any resulting blast, neither any Shockwave. The scene remained placid and unusually calm. All the sound from entire chamber disappeared, but something happened in the next instance. Goliath started bleeding all over. There wasn't a part on its body, not gushing blood in huge quantities washing it in its own blood. Goliath, which was gray just a moment ago, turned crimson red. And the worst of all, it couldn't even scream due to losing the lower part of its mouth entirely. It all happened in an instant. From Zoro's attack to sonic combustion, everything took place. In blink of an eye, and this was the result. Ha 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 ha, how does it feel? Zoro launched weakly. It seemed that attack had taken a lot out of them. He along with Lyra fell on their knees, breathing heavily. Celeste. And here I thought that would be enough. I guess not. Cal, it's a floor boss after all. The other three had also gotten a lot weaker, but still managed to stand straight. This was their new combined attack, which had taken a lot of time and practice to perfect, and it worked. That's all that mattered. You did great. Leave the rest to us. Zoro complimented them and stepped forward along with Bell. This time, Welf also joined them. He also wanted to do at least something, otherwise his coming here would have been in vain. Just to wait. Zoro spoke in hoarse voice, trying to stand up again, but his legs just wouldn't allow it. I like your spirit. Zoro laughed and jumped towards standing Goliath, which was ready for round 2. Even though severely injured and bleeding heavily, it still stood up. It wouldn't die so easily, and this was no surprise to anyone. But something happened, taking everyone by surprise. How? Its mouth, which had lost a chin, healed back up, and not just that. All the bleeding stopped, and the wounds started closing up at a rather fast pace. I didn't hear it having this ability. Bell had talked to Aina before coming over, and Aina didn't say anything like this about Goliath. Sure, it was strong and powerful and had that sonic attack, but that was it. It didn't have any other ability, but this one seemed different even though it looked same. This TCH. The mutation. You know something, Lily? Yeah. From what Lily knows, all floor bosses have a sort of mutation which appears occasionally. Goliath's mutation has appeared only 3 times in last decade, and this is probably the 4th. A mutation, you say? Yeah. It looks exactly the same, but has one extra ability. Regeneration. Celeste spoke in dreaded voice. If it could regenerate, then yeah. It was going to be very difficult to kill the damn thing. Exactly. This has become somewhat troublesome. Still, our goal doesn't change, Zoro said, noticing another change in it. Others might not have noticed, but he did. Its size had increased by a few inches, which meant it had grown stronger than before, and if this kept going, things could get out of hand. This was probably not known to many, since the rate of increase wasn't much and seemed to be directly related to the number of injuries, and even then, the rate was almost non-existent. Let's go. If need be, he would also go on offensive, and so began the second round. Lily handed mind potions over to the orchestra. This couldn't be used many times during a day, but at least they were able to stand up, also ready for round 2. Oh. Goliath raised its head and roared aloud, enough to be heard over vast distances, and moved. It walked towards orchestra with glazing eyes. One could feel immense wrath and anger from that distorted expression, but of course it wasn't so easy. Bell ran straight towards it, passing through its legs, and turned around. Taking advantage of the Goliath's blind spot, he jumped up to its leg from behind and slashed its knee in a single forceful motion of both of knives. Roa! It roared in pain and lost almost all feeling in that one leg, falling down to the side, but not for long. Just as its regeneration began and it stood up, Welf did the same as Bell and deepened the already opened wound, forcing it to fall down once again. Arrows of Oblivion. Not missing a beat, orchestra launched their own attack, right at its mouth. The goal were its eyes, and they busted the next instance, blinding it. Unable to see, Goliath crazily waved its massive fists in the air, only to feel more pain on the back. Welf and Bell had started their own barrage on its back. Their goal was to kill it as soon as possible and not giving it any chance to heal up. Suddenly feeling danger, Bell threw his knife, Hakugan, up in the air and kicked Welf, throwing him away. The next instant he curled up like a ball, with his legs in front and hands on top of chest, and thump, tanked that back swipe from Goliath. His entire body absorbed the damage. His legs cracked while arms went numb for a bit. It was good that at least the rest of his body, even though injured, didn't break. He felt enough pain to lose consciousness but stopped himself from going that route. Even Lily wasn't able to do anything at the moment due to not being able to see him, and Zoro was also a bit late in reacting. It seemed he had gotten too used to Lily's magic, which had lessened his awareness, and this was the result. If he had reacted just a bit sooner, which he totally could, then nothing should have happened. Not to him nor Welf, but there was no use in regretting anything. Bell flew straight through air, throwing up blood, about to slam into a wall. Lily there, but just before hitting the wall, he pointed somewhere and screamed towards Lily in hoarse voice, even as blood flowed in his mouth. Seeing and hearing this, Lily hesitated a bit but switched his place with Hakugan, the knife he had thrown in air just before getting pounced. As soon as he appeared, he slashed right into Goliath's back shoulder and went down with as much force as he had been thrown backwards with. He made use of that push to deal considerable amount of damage to the damn thing. The plan was to separate one of its arms, and he succeeded in said endeavor. Oh. It screamed in pain, feeling one of its arms getting separated along with its left shoulder. It was the same arm it had used to attack backwards, and now it was gone. Bell too fell to the ground, but all that force had died down, so didn't receive any extra damage. Zoro appeared and picked him up, throwing him out, and Lily transported him near her, fuming with anger. Sheesh, you're too reckless. Ha. I've realized my mistake. Pardon. Nothing. As Bell lay there, Goliath screamed in pain, not just due to the arm but also due to all the attacks it was receiving continually from Orchestra and Welf. Sonic Buster. Its tough hide failed to stop those sonic attacks, which penetrated deep inside and spreaded destruction. They were like many small bombs which would explode on timely basis inside its body. Then there was Welf, who attacked him again and again on the knee, keeping it down. Sure, it had healing or regeneration ability, but the speed wasn't instant. It took time for wounds to heal and even more to regenerate. That arm, for example, would take at least 5 minutes to become whole again. Blinded again and again, attacked from inside again and again, and losing its footing again. And again enraged it to no end, and yet it couldn't do anything. It attacked using the remaining but each of said attacks were intercepted by someone else, and the worst of all, each time it would be able to throw said guy away, but its hand would be mysteriously filled with injuries, and that guy would come back for more, uninjured. Everyone was doing their job perfectly, and the amount of damage was stacking up again and again, giving it no time to properly heal or become bigger. From time to time, it would try to shoot that sonic attack in random directions, but each time it got intercepted, either by Zoro closing its mouth or by Welf using his magic disruption. It writhed in pain, stepping back again and again, as if to create distance, but the attacks always reached it. It waved its one remaining arm, slammed its legs on the ground, but to no avail. The ones it was fighting were like bugs. They would keep coming and attack it. Everyone present had tanked at least some shallow hits from it, and that included Lily. Not direct hits, but the after effects of each of its attacks was enough to injure those with low endurance, and all of Orchestra and Lily truly lacked that one aspect, so each one had at least some amount of injury, no matter how small. This was especially for Welf, who now took Bell's place as the frontline, close-ranged attacker. He tanked those shockwaves again and again, had been sent flying in air, but would still keep attacking. If not legs, then he would climb and attack its chest, and whenever it reacted, he would jump back down, having Goliath hit its own self. Welf was continually stacking up the attacks and was just barely holding on. If not for Goliath being blinded again and again, along with timely intervention from Lily and Zoro, he would have died many times over. Oh. Goliath suddenly let out a scream and raised its legs, bringing them down with great velocity. It slammed into ground again and again, using full force it could muster in crazed manner. It seemed as if it intended to destroy the entire room, which started shaking like never before. Massive cracks opened, forming deep pits. Each of these slams produced enough force to bend the ground. The resulting shockwaves would have been powerful enough to injure everyone present, but full coating. Zoro pushed his hands to the ground and coated a whole lot of it in haki. The area it covered didn't exceed 10 meters, but said 10 meters became safe zone while every place else got ravaged. Zoro, damn it. Lily, seems it's gone berserk. Seeing Goliath in this state confused everyone. Never had they ever heard Goliath doing something like this, and in this state, they wouldn't be able to get close to it, and even their sonic attacks would be blown away by crazed winds around. Lily, it's acting like this mostly due to receiving such injuries. This is probably its first time and it doesn't know what to do so and how to react. Let's just wait for this barrage to end. It shouldn't go for long. Celeste. But, would this place be able to survive till then? Let's wait for a bit. Bell too spoke up with his hands surrounded in white light. He was standing right now since the injury he received to the legs was for the most part healed. His legs didn't break, just cracked, something which didn't require any specialized skill set to properly heal. Lily had learned at least something for these emergency situations, and so other than directing everything, she had also used potions to heal Bell as precisely as she could. His skill, Argonaut, had been active for around 2 minutes, with his limit being 3 minutes, which should be enough to end this battle. His original goal wasn't just 3 minutes, but going beyond the limit was easier said than done, and so he waited until the charge completed. It didn't take long and Goliath, which had been attacking crazily everywhere, also stopped. Its eyes were back, and the arm was still regenerating, about to be completed, but it felt threatened by that white-haired man. It felt threatened and so started moving towards the group, but it was too late. Firebolt. Massive roaring flame rose from that white-haired man and came towards it. It reached it in blink of an eye and on the point of contact. Bang! The entire chamber glowed eye-blinding white. Heat waves rose, turning everything within 5 meters of Goliath into nothing. Zoro used his haki to form an invisible shield around everyone, protecting them from the afterblast and raging flames. Not too long after, everything settled and Goliath was gone, leaving behind only 3 things. A magic stone the size of like no other, along with what appeared to be its concentrated hide and tooth. The battle was finally over, and even though it didn't go on for long, at least not as long as their other battles went during past 2 weeks, it was definitely the most intensive till now. It was final time to head back. Word spreaded like a tidal wave. The news everyone had been waiting for was finally here, and the result shocked everyone. They killed the Goliath, and not just that, the one they killed was a mutated one. This was confirmed by comparison. Normal Goliath usually had smaller magic stone and dropped only 1 thing, and that too occasionally, but this one dropped 2 things, and its magic stone was also bigger and brighter. These factors were enough to prove the validity. That said, not everyone focused on that mutated stuff. After all, most didn't even know of such existence. Only those old familiars and guild paid attention to this stuff, so by comparison, their shock was much greater than everyone else. How did they kill that thing which could regenerate on top of being physically strong? It was beyond their imagination, but this news took their fame to next level. With this, they were officially a Famelia which had hunted down a floor boss, and this was a very big achievement. It had to be known that there were almost 100 Class C Familiars in Rio, and yet among all those, barely 10 were such to have hunted down a floor boss. The news of their hunt was still hot when another one came about. It seemed their captain and vice-captain and reached LVL 3 after this battle, and this was no surprise to anyone. These two had already broken all previous records, and being able to level up after killing a floor boss despite all odds stacking against them was considered normal, so it didn't cause any waves. Oh, that was tiring. Indeed. If not for what we did for them, I doubt the guild would just let us be. Lily and Celeste had gone to the guild, bringing with them the reports of these level-ups. Without saying much, they were called to a separate chamber since the hidden dates on status sheets were of 2 weeks back. That meant Zoro and Bell had reached LVL 3 2 weeks ago, but they reported it just now. This was unacceptable for them, and so they were about to penalize the Famelia but were stopped. Orders came from high up to give them first and last warning to not do so again, and so Hestia Famelia was spared, albeit on a condition they were forced to accept. If not, things would have gotten serious. The condition was their participation in war. Yes, a war that was currently going on. The one attacking was none other than Rakia, a Famelia-based country to the western side of Rio. This wasn't the first time, neither was it going to be the last. It was hard to understand the head of that Celestials who was attacking again and again, despite all of it being futile each time. Anyway, since the guild asked them, they couldn't just back down now, would they? That said, the question was, who? Who was going to go and fulfill this condition given by the guild? We'll go. It was Carl who stepped forward. They liked to roam about but hadn't done so for quite some time. Going for that war would be a good chance to experience some open air and they would no doubt have many listeners which would motivate them. Another reason for going there was for some sort of inspiration. Carl was planning to write a new song but lacked an inspiration, and the same applied for everyone else, and so with Hestia's permission, Orion went to the war grounds followed by Suu, Emma, and Leo. The reason they were going was due to what Zoro had said. This war could serve as a great experience for them and also strengthen their foundations. This was especially true for Emma, since she could practice her magic on large quantities of people of same level who would no doubt be present there from some other familiars. Suu, on the other hand, went to get that mercenary-like feeling back. She quite liked said feeling and wanted to experience it all over again. Welf also left for the time being. It seemed he had some sort of lessons with Hephaistos and others of that familiar. He also wanted to meet some of his friends from there since it had been quite some time since their last meeting. Zoro left towards dungeon. It seemed he had some sort of goal, something like reaching till 25th floor solo. It was dangerous, but given all of his skills and abilities, wasn't impossible. Lily wanted to go with him, but he gave both Belle and her another job, to gather information about Ishtar Famelia, no matter how insignificant. He had sensed eyes on them these last 2 weeks, and all those belonged to Amazonesses which he linked with Ishtar Famelia. It didn't seem like they wanted to do anything for the time being, but rather be prepared than being sorry. He didn't want to be caught off guard, and so put them both on this job. Hestia, on the other hand, started her preparations for Donatus about to be held tomorrow, and for said purpose, she went and met up with Take and Mayak. It appeared these last 2 weeks served them good, since Uka and Daphne managed to level up to LVL3 and with rather high stats to boot, putting everyone in the same boat. And so, they left to do their own things for the time being and scattered about. Nighttime came soon, and Bell left towards his destination. He went there occasionally, and this would be his 4th time going during these last 2 weeks. He went there only for one purpose: to find someone who he knew had to be somewhere there, and yet he couldn't find even a single trace of that one entity which frightened him. That said, he did manage to find her last time, and it was also the time which became extremely dangerous. Crazed Amazonas had chased him all over, and he had even been caught last time and almost suffered a fate worse than death. If not for someone's timely intervention, perhaps they wouldn't be Bel Cranol in this world. Even though that had transpired, it didn't diminish his will. He wanted to meet her and talk to her, face to face. He wanted to know her situation, since he knew she wasn't happy being there, and he also wanted to know of why. Why was she imprisoned, and why was there no record of her presence anywhere? What was so important about her? Why was there so much secrecy regarding her, so to speak? There were many questions he needed answered, and he felt the only way to truly free her would be through said answers, and so he went there, again, but stayed on his toes. He didn't want to attract any attention, and so covered himself up, head to toes. Just as he neared the red light district, his eventual destination, someone appeared, blocking his road. Here again, Bell. Miss Sama, it's you. Seeing that familiar face, tension left his face. He had met Hummies in there once, and both had a rather healthy talk. So, taken a liking to someone, I Bell. And no I dash. Ha 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 ha, come now. Don't be so flustered. It's natural for men to be curious about these things. It's our nature. But I dash. Say no more. I never saw you and you never saw me, all right. Why yes. Perhaps seeing Bell in Condrum, Hummies spoke in rather serious voice. Let me give you one advice. Don't try to go for something when you don't even have complete conviction to see everything through. What do you mean? Nothing. Just an advice some old man gave me a long time ago. He seemed reminiscent about some event which might have transpired a long time ago. It didn't take long for him to get his bearing back and once again turned to Bell, who himself seemed to be in some sort of deep thought, as if trying to make a decision but not able to reach a firm conclusion. Anyway, just ignore whatever I said. Say why not come with me? No thanks. Fine. Take care. With that, Hummies turned around to run errands. That's what he did. Same applied for Guild. And same applied for everyone else who wanted his services. His network was vast and was on good terms with almost every Celestial, which included Ishtar. Just when he started walking towards the gates to Red Light District, Bell called out from behind. Fine. You're right. Until I've firmly decided and have enough power, nothing would make any difference regardless of what I do, but were you just waiting for me? Not really. I was just going there and found you on the way, so stop to have some friends talk, man-to-man discussion. Thank you. For what? Oh, almost forgot. Congratulations on your level up. Hestia is really rising. Up in the world, all right. I'll visit sometime to no wait. I'll just congratulate her. Tomorrow in Donatus. Seeing him constantly talking to himself, Belle took a step back. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave. HMO. Yeah, let's meet up sometime. Just between us, but my Famelia is specialized in information gathering, so. With that, he left, not turning back. He probably knows everything. Belle muttered to himself, seeing Hermes disappearing in the crowd, and also left. Now he won't come back here until his own mind was completely made up. Hermes walked some distance, eventually stopping, looking back to where Belle had left. There was a strange glint in his eyes as he muttered to himself. That was the right decision, my dear Belle. Still, I can't just wait for you to make up your mind, can I? He grinned as a nefarious plot formed in his head. He wanted to see the decision that boy would make under pressure, and also how his captain would react to all that. Things are going to get interesting, all right. He laughed, looking at the red light district and then at what he came to deliver. Oh, how unfortunate. Hestia left for Donatus early in the morning after grumbling a bit about Zoro, who hadn't come back from the dungeon yet, but she didn't seem all that worried about him. She could feel the condition of each of her Famelia member through the Falna, and Zoro seemed just fine, so she didn't worry too much. Belle, on the other hand, left towards Hermes' Famelia. Since Hermes had invited him with rather interesting proposal, it would be rude to just reject. Not to mention, if he could indeed get some information out of that guy, then all the better. At least that's what he wanted to, but changed his mind. Hermes wouldn't even be there at the time, and he doubted anyone would know of whatever Hermes wanted to tell him and talk about. So while on the way, he changed directions and went to Hostess of Fertility. Days they were preparing all their foods at home, and due to past 2 weeks intense training journeys, he hadn't had much time to visit here, so now that he had some time to waste. Anyway, why not pay a visit and eat some food while at it? Welf, who had come back, also left early in the morning. He said something about meeting some troublesome people and had a rather annoyed look while talking about whoever these troublesome people were. Lily, on the other hand, decided to stay back to guard their mansion, which realistically wasn't possible for any individual to accomplish. She had talked about hiring some people to handle all this to Hestia, who had also agreed, but last 2 weeks simply didn't give her any time to focus of all this. Hestia had reviewed some applications from people who didn't want to enter the dungeon but otherwise were ready to become part of their familiars and take care of everything here. These people were quite common in Rio, and in fact most were retired adventurers or adventurers who had no choice but to retire. Then there were those who had some sort of trauma regarding dungeon, so didn't wish to enter ever again. Regardless, these were all people who were looking for a job which didn't included much danger for their livelihoods. Lily took all the application papers selected by Hestia and started rumming through them. All had good resumes and were impressive in one way or another. Hestia rather obviously had done good job, but it seemed she couldn't decide who to choose among these. Yosh. Lily made up her mind. She would go and meet each of these people individually and get to know them if their characters were up to the standard and they were good at whatever was written in this application. If yes, then she would talk about them to Hestia, and those not so good, well, whatever. She would just ignore them. With this, Hestia Famelia was once again empty, which was no good by any means, but rarely did anyone try to steal in this neighborhood. Anyway, all of their valuables were stored somewhere safe, so she didn't need to worry too much. At the same time, deep inside dungeon, Zoro stood with blank expression on face. He was present on 28th floor of dungeon, which was for all sense and purposes quite a bit lower than his original goal, but reasons forced him to come so much down here. He had been looking at something down here, a monster quite different from all others. He had seen some rather suspicious people, covered from head to feet in black, and went after them, and these people brought him till here, and what he saw here was beyond shocking. He saw these people transporting a group of monsters somewhere, and all these monsters were actually either unconscious or crying, like babies. Their expressions were very much like people. No one could say these were the same monsters who would attack on a moment's notice. He even saw one of them cursing these people with language very much like his own. Till now his expression regarding all monsters was same, but this changed everything. Were all monsters like this? No. Of course they weren't, and he could be certain about that due to the aura these beings had. It was very different from that berserk and chaotic aura possessed by all others he had fought till now. He followed and followed until suddenly attacking their captors. Even though he wanted to keep following them till their base, whatever it was, he just couldn't. Watch it. One of the men in black mercilessly whipped a monster which was fine till there, but another one had rather nefarious light shining in his eyes while eyeing a Lamia-type monster, who even he had to admit quite beautiful. He was about to open the cage and he attacked. It was obvious of what would happen from here onwards, and he just couldn't watch it. These captors weren't weak by any means. It didn't take long for them all to be washed in blood under his barrage. He thought of keeping at least one of them alive to interrogate later, but perhaps overcome by fury, he just slashed her apart as well. The anger he felt regarding her was greater than what he felt for all males, and the reason was her nonchalant attitude. Despite knowing of their intelligence, she still didn't stop that man. Rather, she even whistled as if about to see something amusing, which infuriated him. Anyway, he hacked apart all the cages along with the chains binding them. You're all free. Don't think we'll be deceived by you, human. I don't trust your kind, the Lamia spoke. Up to him, eyeing him with uncertainty. He was strong, there was no doubt about that, so what? Now, sure, he had saved them, but was that really the case? Hearing her doubt, Zoro chuckled lightly and looked everyone in the eyes. I don't care. I just did what I felt like, not because I wanted to help you lot. With that, he turned around to leave. It had already been over a day since he came to dungeon, and it was about time to head back. Wait. But he was stopped. He turned around looking at the same Lamia, speaking. What is it now? Even though I don't trust you, but still, regardless of reason, you helped us, and for that I am thankful. Don't expect anything else. With that, everyone around her nodded in gratitude. Zoro smiled a bit and turned around, waving his hand. Heh, sure. Do whatever you want. And he left with no one stopping him again. But he did feel a lot of gazes on his back until he exited that tunnel. They were really cautious of him. All right. Now then. What now? He was once again in a conundrum. He hadn't gotten lost as of late, so everyone thought his direction orientation no longer posed any problem, but the truth was, it did. The only reason he didn't get lost was due to being in company of many others, and even here, he managed to make it only because of following those shaded men. Not knowing what to do, he started walking, taking any and all corridors. His goal was to find someone who could possibly help him out of this mess. This travel took him to places he wasn't even aware of, which was again natural. I mean, he wasn't really aware of anything here. That said, this floor was indeed much bigger than many others, and also much more beautiful. By now he had simply forgotten, or more like shelved, all those previous events at the back of his mind. Intelligent monsters didn't really affect his mood too much. At least not as much as many others would be, and the main reason was because he didn't originate from this world. So his way of thinking was quite different. He walked and walked in this watery floor and tunnels while killing monsters upon monsters along the way, but just didn't find his way back. Like this, another day passed by without him being able to meet even a single individual, except for monsters and more monsters. Finally, he sat down on a rock looking somewhere curiously, but before he could say anything, "You're really hopeless, human," a silhouette came from behind the bushes, covered completely in shawl. Seeing this silhouette, he laughed, asking curiously, "Why are you here?" From the aura he felt, it was that Lamia, the same one who didn't trust him. "Nothing. Just a friend told me of someone loitering about cursing, so I came to see, and look who I find. A lost lamb. A friend, you say? Is it the same one down in water?" Zoro had felt presence of an aura very similar to this Lamia and others from deep in water, staring at him continuously. It felt harmless, so he didn't pay much attention, but now it seemed these intelligent monsters really did come in all races. Back then he had seen many of different kind, and now it seemed even a mermaid wasn't spared from becoming part of this rather peculiar group grace. That said, hearing him, the Lamia got alert, eyeing him suspiciously. "How do you know?" "It's not difficult to differentiate that aura. Well, not for me at least." Lamia stared at him, looking straight into his eyes devoid of any greed. She also didn't feel That ill feeling that was common among all the humans she had met till now, regardless of whether they were attacking them or not. You're indeed very different. Different? How? Forget it. By the way, how should I call you? She thought for a bit before replying. I do not have a name. Call me whatever you want. That's so. Zoro fell into a though for a bit. Suddenly an image came to his mind. Sakura. I'll call you Sakura then. Sweet yourself. It's not like we're going to meet again anyway. Is that so? Yo. HM. What's your name? Didn't I say it? Zoro. Roranoa's silence enveloped both as they stood not knowing what to talk about. Finally, she broke the silence. Come, I'll take you somewhere. Many of your kind gather there. You seem to know a lot of things. Hearing him, she replied with a forlorn look. Survival teaches many things. Is that so? He fell into deep though while following her, but suddenly a bad feeling welled up in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen soon or perhaps was already happening. Zoro came back by the evening with the help of an adventurer group which was headed back. They happily welcomed him, being aware of all the fame and hype. Regardless, the first thing to greet him after coming back was downtrodden mood in the atmosphere. What happened? He asked Hestia while looking at everyone gathered in the hall. All other members were already back and seemed tired. It seemed they had been called back in urgency, and it weren't just them present here. Take and Mayak familiars were also present on the scene. He could see everyone except for Lily, Welf, and Belle. He looked around and asked once more after not receiving any answer. Where are others? Why did it so much time to come back? We'll talk about that later. First tell me, what the hell happened? His gaze deepened. By not getting a straight reply from Hestia. Welf and Lily are on the back room, but they are heavily injured while Belle is. Heavily injured? Did some monster get them while in dungeon? Where's Belle? Hearing him, room quietened down once more before Hestia spoke. We don't know, but from what Welf said before going unconscious, some Amazonas attacked them while in dungeon and took Belle away. Amazonas. Hearing that, his gaze got even more serious as he growled. Ishtar. Ishtar. So, it's her. He nodded heavily before calming down the next instance. Keeping his mood under control, he turned to Hestia. This was the second time happening, and this time, it was them who initiated the attack. There's no need for Red Light District to exist any longer, he declared with voice cold enough to freeze domains of flames. An end. I know it's early, but I just had an idea, and a bit of free time, so wrote away. This is the beginning of Red Light District arc, and hopefully I'll be able to deliver every one of you with good material. I'm quite tired, so let me end this with those same lines as always. I hope you fellows would like it and share with me any idea you might have regarding literally anything going forward. Regards. Scheme. CH18, the scheme. Enjoy. Ishtar was moving about in her quarters in a not-so-relaxed manner. She was anxious and worried, and all of this due to a ceremony that was about to take place soon. For that, she had made apt preparations, even shutting down the Red Light District for today. This ceremony was of utmost importance. That said, it wasn't as if she wanted to perform it. Now, she didn't and wouldn't unless she was certain of victory against Freya. But it couldn't be helped. There were certain rules and limitations regarding said ceremony which couldn't be broken and had to be followed unless it would all be wasted. As she continued to wander about within the confines of her room, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The one to enter inside was a tall Amazonas who reported right after entering. He's here. There wasn't a hint of emotion in her voice, and if something could be felt, then that could only be pity and nothing else. Hearing her, oh, Ishtar replied absent-mindedly, but then got excited soon after. Bring him in. At the same time. That's so. Freya could be seen sitting on her throne with a cold smile on her face, talking to someone. Sitting on the floor, literally. The way she talked was very casual, but anyone close to her could feel that seething rage hidden deep behind every spoken word. Yes, my lady, Hermes replied with as meek a tone as possible. Fear could be seen etched on his face, but Freya knew it was all an act. This man Hermes feared and respected only one man, and for everyone else, it was a facade. Still, his words could be trusted, since even her followers had told her of some unusual things going on with Ishtar Famelia. Freya condescendingly looked at him in pure despise and malice, asking once again, "Was it your doing?" No. I had no choice in the matter. Believe me. So, it was you. I should just kill you. His answer was all the proof she needed of his direct involvement. Even though she looked the same as before, but that warm smile was gone, replaced with a cold one. Hearing that threatening tone, Hermes straightened up as if accepting his soon-to-be fate, showing some hesitation before speaking. Perhaps you should, but before that, I don't want poor Belle to be tainted, and since it was all my fault in a way I wish to make up, but, as you know, I'm not strong enough. He replied in a bland tone as if what he said was just a matter of fact, needing no proof or explanation. That said, the atmosphere around him grew threatening. It was as if a beast was showing his fangs and his will to pounce and shred him into pieces. Feeling this changed air, Asfi standing behind him felt goosebumps all over her body. So much so that when she tried to move, she couldn't. The air grew heavier and heavier until she was brought to her knees while panting heavily. Finally, after some time, Freya spoke up, but the tone had gotten graver than ever. So, you want to use Emmy? No, nothing of the sort. Who would even dare? It's just I thought that perhaps our desires match. Freya calmed herself after hearing his immediate answer. She waved her hand and the heavy air finally subsided. This originated from the behemoth standing behind her throne, like a knight protecting her veiler. He only listened to her and no one else, and if she wasn't present, Hermes would have left this world the moment he uttered those misleading words. Freya turned her attention to Hermes once again, but this time, there was a glint in her eyes. She looked at him up and down before speaking. Do you have some sort of grudge against Ishtar? This man Hermes seemed to be targeting Ishtar in a roundabout way. It seemed he wanted Freya to send her back, or at least that's how it seemed to be. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to do all this. Grudge? What are you talking about? Of course not. He had his usual smile on his face, acting innocent and delicate. Freya measured him once, again before lifting her arm. Is that so? Either tell me your reason or die. This arm was a signal for the beast standing behind. The moment it came down, Hermes and Asfi would cease to exist in this plane. Let's just say I'm testing, or more like preparing him. It's curious. Tell me, what is his relationship with that man? What are you talking about? He still carried that smile, but Freya knew something was up. There had to be a reason for Hermes to be paying so much attention to Belle, and she could only attribute it to someone from her memory. Regardless, whatever the reason might be, Belle was hers and only she could play with him. This was your first and last chance. Get lost. I'll be taking my leave then. Let's go, Asfi. With that, Hermes respectfully left. All of that respect he showed towards her seemed fake, no matter how she looked at it. Still, she had long since been fed up with that woman, and since he was so graciously giving her a chance, why wouldn't she make full use of it? Gather everyone. Ishtar has crossed the line. Certainly, but Otto was a very faithful man. Someone who listened and respected no one but her. He had never questioned her on any decisions and only served faithfully. Still, that didn't mean he was a fool or couldn't be. He just never bothered, but it was different this time. Yes. Is that man trustworthy? He seemed dangerous to me. He is dangerous, but there's no need to antagonize him. If he dared to get in my way. Again, you're free to do what you want to do. By your will. He had a very bad impression of Hermes, but since she asked him not to, then he won't. All that was left now was to trample Ishtar Famelia, and unless someone like Loki or Ganesha interfered, it wouldn't be difficult. Moon was high up in the sky, illuminating some silhouettes that could be seen running through alleys while injured. They had just gone to the guild to ask for assistance but were intercepted midway. It seemed Ishtar Famelia was very well aware of their intentions and actions, so had stopped them midway. A brief battle did take place, but there was too much of a difference numerically, so they were forced to retreat. They were none other than Leo, Mikoto, and Nazha. It was three of these had volunteered to go towards the guild despite knowing the possible danger up ahead. Still, there was no other choice. Unlike Zoro, most didn't want an all-out war, and that included Hestia Famelia. The same was true for Takumi Kazuchi and Mayak Familias as well. They didn't want war, or at least would prefer things to calm down peacefully. There were many reasons for that thought process, the main being Ishtar Famelia was too strong, and if a war did happen, their chances of winning were slim at best. Another reason was Belle could be harmed by Ishtar as a sort of warning. All in all, war was the last resort. Naturally, If nothing else worked, then they had no problem with standing by Hestia Famelia, just as Hestia would stand by them in their times of need. Now it seemed the war was imminent, or more like Ishtar wanted them to attack. From time to time, they turned back to look but couldn't find a shadow. Still, vigilance was required, so they were. Just like that, the race continued until finally they reached a rather large mansion and heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they would be perfectly safe in here, with none being able to touch them. This was a rather unrealistic and almost blind belief, but they had reasons to have such faith. The door opened and they entered inside, stopping only once, reaching inside a grand hall. There were some people already present, while some who should have been here been missing. Seeing the three of them entering in a rather sorry state, everyone understood the result, but still, Hestia stepped forward asking, "How did it go?" Hearing her question, Leo replied, shaking his head, "You were right. They won't let us." Hearing his confirmation, Celeste, who stood by the side, heaved a sigh in exasperation. It seemed their misgivings were right on track. No surprise there, but why? They should know of the consequences of kidnapping another Famelia member, and yet they dared to do this. Uka, well, it's true, ain't it? We don't have any evidence against him. Even though what he said was true, but still, Hestia couldn't help getting irritated. Things were heading in the worst direction possible. So what? That doesn't mean we just stand here doing nothing. At least if they could reach and talk to the guild, things might turn out better, but now that choice was gone. Still, I don't understand. Guild would know sooner or later of all these ongoings, so why? If he fell under Ishtar's charm, then it would be over. It wouldn't matter even if Guild intervened. It was Celeste who replied to his question. She also had the same question, but after thinking it over, then yes. There were already examples of this happening in both Ishtar and Freya's cases. Hearing her, Hestia shook her head. He won't. You don't have to worry about that, but I'm worried about another thing. Ishtar is rather unscrupulous in those matters. Takamikazuchi also spoke in a grave tone. True. Should we move? There's no other choice. Zoro and Genera have already gone ahead and should be waiting for us. Let's go. Hestia took the first step and was followed by everyone else. Bell could be seen standing while being encircled by several individuals on all sides. His gaze was lowered, or more like darting here and there, as if not wanting to see whatever was in front. This had happened just this noon when he was kidnapped in the dungeon by some Amazons. He didn't know the reason or purpose, but he did put up as much of a fight as possible, and in fact, he could have broken through and left even while being encircled by several LVL3 Amazonas. That was unless there wasn't that frog woman around. The presence of a single LVL5 was enough to put a huge amount of pressure on him, and so despite fighting and injuring several, he couldn't evade the capture. Welf and Lily, who were with him at the time, also fought till their last but were severely injured. He who was the target didn't receive as many injuries as them. The attacks he faced weren't that heavy and were all more focused on his capture than anything else, while the ones faced by those two were deadly. Although the last he saw of them was them falling down the ravine in the dungeon, which should have transferred them to floors below. Their injuries weren't light, but they should still be able to make their way up from there. He at least had that much trust in their abilities. As for his current predicament, when he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, the first thing to come into view was a very lavish room. The entirety of this chamber was filled with beautiful and intricate paintings and designs, but they were a bit too shameful to look at. It didn't take long for his mind to recall everything that had transpired, and so he dashed forward towards the only door he could see, but it wasn't the exit. "So, you're awake." To greet him was another chamber, more expansive than the one he was just in. It was breathtaking, and several individuals could be seen standing around, some of whom he recognized. There were Amazonas who had attacked him in the dungeon, and a guy who looked out of place in this woman-filled room. As he recalled, his name was Tamers, and he was a veteran, LVL4. Still, none could compare to the one sitting right in the center, on an expansive bed, looking at him in pure amusement. There sat a sensual incarnate. An ornate golden crown, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and anklets decorated her body. The only cloth to be found on her perfectly proportioned tan figure was a strip of cloth covering the bare minimum of her breasts and stomach, as well as another, slightly thicker strip wrapping around her lower back and thighs. Her long, braided. Black hair shone with the flickering light of the magic stone lamps, making her seem all the more dazzling. He had seen her once, but not in this state. It seemed she had gone all out to make herself presentable. Seeing her like this and with that venomous smile, his heart beat rapidly and he found it hard to control his sanity. His spine couldn't help going soft with his body trembling all over. This wasn't him being afraid or fearful or even charmed, no. This was him just trying to stay awake and not lose his sanity. He knew that once that little shred of clarity was gone, it would be over, and so he turned his gaze down, staring at his own feet in a slight daze. How was your rest, child of Hestia? A seductive body, a voice that broke his senses, the sweet aroma intoxicating his body, and alluring eyes which seemed to possess an intangible pull towards one's soul. Hestia was beautiful, no doubt, but Ishtar was something else. He had never seen or interacted with someone like her whose entire body exuded charm and seductiveness. If Hestia was gentle and caring, Ace fierce, and Haroheim pure and innocent, then Ishtar was the opposite of all that. A devilish beauty that could lead any man astray. That's the kind of woman this was, and Bel felt it. He felt like a ship on stormy seas that could sink at any moment. That said, he didn't want to sink, so he steeled his mind and body, taking a defensive stance, trying not to get influenced, or at least get rid of the influence she already had over him. Looking at his defensive posture, Ishtar couldn't help but smile. So, this is our first direct meeting. At first, I doubted that Vixen's sanity, taking an interest in you, but then again, I should reconsider. You have a nice face. Her smile broadened as she listened to Bel, constantly looked around, apparently at a loss in the face of her allure. He did his best to talk and eventually uttered the one question he needed answers to. Why did you attack us in the dungeon? He asked her the one thing that he could never figure out. To his surprise, she gave him a straight answer. Should you not ask why you were kidnapped? Do you not know of what transpired in Melon? And yet you ask. Bel's face got paler as time went on. Of course, he knew of what had happened, especially regarding Ishtar Famelia's captain. So far as he knew, one of her arms had been chopped by Zoro, and if not for immediate treatment and huge funding, she probably would have lost it permanently. Was that the reason? If it was, then he was in big trouble. Seeing him go white, she giggled as if enjoying his torment, and finally she said what she wanted to say. You caught my attention and interest during the war game. After that, your participation in Melon and your frequent appearance in my area to meet Haroheim made me even more curious. Speaking till here, Ishtar looked at him with somewhat sharp but playful eyes. You have a thing for her. What dash? As Bel was about to speak, he was stopped midway by Ishtar raising her arm. I don't need your explanation. Anyway, perhaps you don't even know, but there's this witch who's interested in you, and I just hate her. Think of your presence here as a consequence of her interest. Hearing her, Bel suddenly remembered the gaze he constantly felt upon him. He had once talked to Zoro about it, but he told him not to care and ignore it, and he did just that. Still, he was interested in whom this gaze belonged to, and now it seemed Ishtar knew the owner. That said, he wasn't about to ask her anything. His priority was getting out of there and then other things. As for Ishtar, her mouth widened the more she looked at him. Until now she was only thinking of using him to burn Freya, but it seemed she had ignored an important fact. This guy was an absolute genius and filled with potential. Perhaps if he was with her, she wouldn't even need plans to defeat Freya. Just this guy alone could make her strong enough to face Freya face-on within a few years. That would be a double victory. Thinking till here, her interest to obtain him reached a new height, and so she claimed while looking at him. Rejoice. I will charm you and you will be mine. This was her agenda, for which she was willing to do anything. Hearing her sent shivers down his spine, and Bel took a step back, unable to talk. Her charm was a bit too overwhelming, but he didn't give up. Since she was here, he could ask her one question which kept his mind confused for quite some time. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he cleared his throat and asked away. Please, tell me. Oh, why are you keeping Haroheim? Hearing him was like the greatest joke for Ishtar. She laughed, but there was anger within said laugh, as if whatever he said couldn't be tolerated by her. Ha 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 ha. You can talk about another woman in front of me. Answer me, please. He was demandful and forceful. The reason for asking this question was many ones, of which was that he knew that Heraheim wasn't a prostitute, which piqued his interest the instant he realized this. He had been here quite a few times, but Heraheim was always found away from the working place of the red light district, as if hidden, which confused him. This was a place like that, and yet Heraheim was kept away. If so, then why was she even here? Another reason for asking this question was because of his conversation with Hermes, who, although didn't say much but focused on Heraheim during their conversation. This was strange. Ishtar, on the other hand, calmed down and took a long draw from her pipe. She was pleasantly surprised by the sudden demanding tone in Belle's voice, and her interest grew bigger. I have the right to keep her. Who are you to question me? I bought her and took her away from men who would mistreat her. I protected her and kept her safe like a jewel. Talking till here, she stopped and looked at his contorting expression. The reality of such a pure and innocent girl being sold was too heart-wrenching. Sure, Ishtar didn't put her to the same work, but she too probably had another motif of buying her, which was probably not in favor of Heraheim. Seeing him, Ishtar remembered the first time she saw Heraheim and was shocked. Such a beautiful girl with such a pure aura was never seen by her anywhere. That day, she just happened to walk into an auction and saw a still young Renard girl. Drawn in by her natural beauty and an interest in her race, Ishtar used her gift to force the merchants into selling her the young girl. That said, even that was nothing when she saw affinity towards magic possessed by the girl. It was heard of only in legends. One in thousands of Renard in several centuries was born with such natural talent in magic and was said to be equal to the spirits of old. On top of her pure affinity, she possessed another mind-boggling power. All of this pleased Ishtar to no end, and so she cherished Heraheim more than anything and more than anyone. I gave her a new life and she should serve me. No. But I heard from Lord Hermes that. Hearing her, Belle immediately replied and trailed off. He wanted to know her reasons for keeping Heraheim when she wasn't even using her, so that man couldn't keep his mouth shut about killing Stone. Such a waste. Still, why did he tell you, I wonder? Belle had added Hermes's name only to know the truth. Hermes didn't tell him any secret about anything, but Hermes knew something, and so Belle mentioned him, and as expected, it was effective. Ishtar on her violation told him the truth, but what was killing Stone? He needed to know more, and seeing Ishtar talking, he kept his mouth shut, just listening and understanding. And you know, Belle Cranell, I don't think of this as killing Heraheim. I gave her a purpose in life, and all she's doing is fulfilling said purpose. Her sacrifice won't go in vain. And she spilled the beans. Hearing her shocked Belle, what did she mean by killing Heraheim? Did that mean Heraheim was about to be sacrificed for some purpose? No, this couldn't be. He couldn't let that happen. He thought of all this and tried his best not to show any signs of being shocked or exasperated, and just kept on listening to Ishtar, who by now talked as if giving an excuse of sorts. You can't even comprehend how it felt to me, seeing the possibility of bringing that woman down from her throne. Heraheim is my trump card, my chance to cast Freya into the abyss, and I won't let anyone contaminate her, not you, not anyone. Ishtar by now was screaming her heart out. Belle looked around but found no one being surprised by this childish tantrum. It seemed to be common here. As for that wretched woman, he could only think of Freya, since it was quite famous throughout Orario of Ishtar's jealousy towards her. Still, he kept his face straight and asked away another question. Why do you hate Freya so much? Why? They call her the most beautiful, and do you know what they call me? They call me a withered flower. How dare they? How are we different? I'm more beautiful than that woman could ever be, and yet I'm thrown down and joked about repeatedly. Enough is enough. Ishtar spewed fire from her mouth. All that elegance from before was gone, replaced by anguish, hate, and jealousy. Seeing her, Belle felt as if he could understand the reason for them treating her like this. He had met Freya only once during that party at Apollo and could sense her atmosphere. It truly was great and mesmerizing, while Ishtar was just fair away from that. Still, that is your problem. It doesn't give you the right dash. Enough. I'm not here to banter with you. Ishtar once again raised her arm and cut his sentence. This is my Famelia, and I can do anything I want with it. No one has any right to interfere with these matters, and as for you. Right this moment, someone came up to Ishtar whispering something in her ears. Her face glowed brilliantly, as if whatever she heard pleased her to no end. She looked back at Belle before speaking. Go take her under the moon. I'll be there shortly. Hearing her confirmation, the Amazoness turned towards Belle with a strange expression, filled with pity and a bit of unwillingness. Still, she bowed toward Ishtar and left. Watching her leave, Ishtar suddenly snapped her finger. Tama's moved with blinding speed from behind, but was thrown overhead by Belle. This grappling technique he had learned from Uka was very effective, especially with what he had learned from Zoro in terms of control and sixth sense. Still, even though he was thrown skyways, Tama's was a veteran LVL4 and immediately corrected his posture mid-air. He spun and landed just in front of Belle with shock written all over his face. He was LVL4 while Belle was only LVL3 and a beginner 1 at that, and yet, Belle not only reacted to his speed but even got an advantage over him in this short exchange. Tama spun back and fought Belle along with some other Amazonas around, but Belle managed to keep his ground. He fought off many attacks, even injuring some attacking Amazonas but all that to naught. All Amazonas here were either LVL3 or LVL4, so Belle was captured and pinned to the ground in no time. You're better than I imagined. Ishtar was pleasantly surprised to see his abilities. This guy was a first-rate fighter and possessed exceptional stats to be able to do this. The way she saw it, Tama's or any of her LVL4 Amazonas wasn't his match in direct combat, except maybe Aisha, who wasn't present at the time. Ishtar walked in close, right in front of him, and started taking off what she called clothes. Ooh wow. The tension from a moment ago gone, Belle blushed and yelled in surprise. EHHHHH. Such a child. Hasn't Hestia taught you anything? Ah, wait, she's one of the virgins. Isn't she? I hate that kind. Just when Ishtar was about to spring into action, face down on the ground, Belle tried to hide his eyes under his shoulder. However, Tama's took hold of his hair and forced his head back up. Belle's wide eyes were greeted by a small pile of clothing and golden accessories at the feet of a completely nude celestial. As I said, you'll be mine. Ishtar licked her lips and let go of her charm in its full glory. With a sadistic smile decorating her lips, she came forward, but, what are you doing? She stopped and focused her eyes on a certain part. There was this faint light sparkling on both of his feet, and one look into those eyes told her all she needed to know. Sensing danger, she tried to warn others, but it was too late. Damn! Belle raised his light-infused feet and kicked the floor with all his might, causing it to burst, apart from sheer force making him and some other Amazonas to fall down a level. He spun around and launched himself out upon first contact with the ground below. He couldn't afford to wait since others fell alongside him and who would try to catch him again. Still, his present priority was to reach Heraheim somehow and stop whatever sacrifice was about to take place. With strong resolve in his heart, he ran forward towards the place of ritual. That said, where was the place? It wasn't difficult to guess. Ishtar said something about bringing Heraheim under the moon, and the only place where the moon could be viewed in the red light district was probably somewhere high up, and in fact, there was one place perfectly suited for said scenario. The very top of this entire Famelia base. A place he knew of as a hanging garden. He had heard of this from Heraheim during their small meetings and was quite surprised since this hanging garden name came quite often in legends he was used to reading. Regardless, firebolt. He attacked his attackers and continued running. Time was of the essence here. Ishtar saw it all. Him breaking through the floor and then ran off somewhere. What is going on? She whispered in astonishment, seeing his silhouette going where there was no way out. What she was most surprised by wasn't the fact that he managed to run away. No. What surprised her was where he was going. He wasn't escaping her territory, or more like didn't even try to. He was moving deeper and deeper into her base while fighting off the crowd. Does he not know? No. That's not possible. He has been here several times and should know the way to exit, and yet, wait. No way. Suddenly a thought clicked in her head, and she understood what was going on, yet, it was hard for her to comprehend this decision. He truly is foolish. How admirable, but does he think he'll succeed? She giggles to herself, thinking of the outcome. The place he was headed towards was where the strongest of her Famelia gathered. So, what if he managed to escape? He'll be hers, no doubt. Thinking till here, she turned towards her trusted aide, Come Tama's. When the floor busted apart, many including him fell down, but unlike others, he had a duty to fulfill, and so He came back to Ishtar. The show is about to begin. Suddenly she stopped, looking outside in bewilderment. Purple streaks of thunderous radiance lit up the sky, seeing and sensing what put her in a daze. What was this? Before she could come to a conclusion, a tremor tore through space the very next instant, enveloping the entirety of the red light district. The entire place shook like never before. An end. I feel like I'm doing nothing but writing wars and more wars in this fic, but then again, all of this is quite integral to the story. Anyway, here's the long-awaited chapter. It took quite a long to update this one, and I apologize for the delay. The next CH should be coming within this week, and if not, then probably Monday on the next one. Despite all that, I'm grateful for everyone who kept following me. It means a lot. And again, like always, if you have any ideas, then do go ahead and write to me. I'll see what can be done with it. Regards. Climax 1. CH19. Climax 1. Enjoy. So that's his decision. I expected no less. Over on the northern side of the red light district, Hermes could be seen standing, donning his favorite hate and a sharp but amused look in his eyes. He could see pretty much everything taking place down there, but never interfered. He wanted to know the decision the boy would make, and indeed, what happened was just what he thought. The boy was compassionate and, more than anything, determined to fulfill his goal, whatever that might be. This sort of thinking could only be seen among two types of people. One famous for their devilry and one famous for their heroism, and the boy down there was the latter of the two. They've come. As he was focused on happenings taking place there, Asfi, who stood right behind him, spoke up. She was looking in a different direction using her binoculars. From there, she could see several silhouettes coming to the front gate and bickering with the gatekeepers. Now let's see what you're made of. Hearing Asfi, Hermes too turned around, looking in the same direction. Belle had already shown him what he wanted to see, and now it was time for the other one. The argument there seemed intense, but it all changed. Suddenly the man he was waiting for stepped forward, and then everything trembled. What exactly was going on here? Asfi couldn't help but call out. She couldn't even close her mouth in pure astonishment. What just happened in front of her was just too incredible. Amazonas, who were keeping watch everywhere, fell all at once. So many of them just lost consciousness suddenly and lay on the ground, motionless. This was too bizarre and something she had never seen or experienced before, and all this happened after that sudden burst of pure power. She didn't know what that power was, but it was too formidable to be comprehended and too striking to be defined in mere words. There was only one thing that came to mind, one word that might explain it all. Incomprehensible, and that was it. That said, although she didn't know what it was, she very clearly knew where it came from. It was that man. She saw it all with her own eyes, but still couldn't believe it. Could one man hold such power and such might? She felt something. It wasn't a very clear feeling that came from her very soul, but it existed and affected her. Perhaps it was fear or dread, or maybe all. Whatever might be the case, she knew one thing. That man couldn't be messed with under any circumstances. Thinking till here, she turned to Hermes, who had turned silent after witnessing this event. She called out to him, Herm dash, only to be stopped midway. Hee. Hermes let out a faint chuckle as if laughing at himself. He had made such an elaborate plan and was so nervous if it would come to be, and yet now said plan seemed to have turned into a joke. The reason for doing all this was very simple, to test Belle's resolve as well as Zoro's power. He had heard much about his abilities from both outside and inside, but never witnessed them firsthand. According to his plan, Ishtar would go after Belle, which should prompt Hestia, Famelia and allies to come knocking on their doors, beginning their fight, but he never once believed for them to be successful in this endeavor. He knew more than anyone how powerful she was. Disregarding everything, she had more than 100 LVL3s with about a dozen LVL4s and even a LVL5. This was not something just anyone could deal with. After all, Ishtar Famelia was ranked amongst the top 10 B-class familiars and the top 30 among all familiars in Ororio presently in terms of strength. That said, if one were to talk about pure influence, then Ishtar Famelia was definitely among the top 5 most influential familiars from a global perspective. She held a lot of power, which was why Hermes wanted to involve Freya in the mix, which should take care of all the other stuff such as destruction. But now, it was all chaos. Just one man turned the tide. One man took out the quantitative advantage of Ishtar Famelia. From where he stood, almost. If not all of LVL3s from Ishtar Famelia were gone. This was fair beyond his expectations, but... Ha 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 ha. Great. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. He laughed his heart out. Nothing could be better if Ishtar could be taken out without Freya's interference in the matter. On the other hand, Ishtar was stupefied seeing all that was transpiring. She stood on her balcony, taking in all the view of the outside, and what she saw stunned her. Her prized warriors, each of whom she had spent so much time and effort grooming, lay there, unconscious. What the hell is going on? It was hard for her to swallow this. She was preparing for war against Freya, and tonight was the first step about to be taken, and yet she was attacked. How did this happen? She couldn't be certain, but that purple radiance was related to it, and, as for what it was, perhaps a sort of skill she had never heard of before. Regardless, the main question was, who would dare to attack her? It didn't take long for her to figure that out, since she could hear the music of various kinds, being played all at once in perfect harmony. Disregarding the tune, she could see the destruction that was happening due to said music. Hestia Famelia. She gritted her teeth while mentioning that name. They were the only ones she knew of who had such battle patterns and abilities. Normally, she wouldn't put them in her mind, but if this indeed was done by them, then she was in trouble. He turned to her trusted aide. Tamiz, go and mobilize all those who can still fight except for Aisha and Phryne, and follow me. I'm going to meet Hestia. Someone needed to look over the ceremony that was taking place, and Aisha along with Phryne was her best choices. Hearing her, Tamiz deliberated a bit before speaking. But your security. They won't dare harm me. Go. Since things had reached this stage, there could only be one end. Either both familiars would duke it out, or she could pacify the situation, stopping it from getting worse through negotiation. In case said negotiation failed and war happened, she still had some certainty. After all, from what she could see, only LVL3s were affected by whatever took place, and she still had about a dozen LVL4s and even her captain remaining. While she was still thinking so, another tremor tore through the ground and the sky. This one was a bit different from before, but damn her. So, she just wants to destroy me. Several buildings all over came down in heaps of dust. Powerful sonic vibrations were spreading and wrecking everything apart. The beautiful buildings that had been built with an insane amount of money and time started converted into mere rubble. This alone did a huge amount of damage to her pockets and also conveyed a message. The meaning here was quite obvious. They didn't just come to free Belle, no. They came to level her place, which also meant there was no room for negotiations from the get-go. Over on the Hanging Garden, this was the highest place in the red light district and had been prepared as a new brothel building, when in actuality, the real purpose of this was something else. Several Amazonas could be seen walking here and there, barefooted. There were about a dozen of them, each one being LVL4. This was the gathering of all the strongest individuals in Ishtar Famelia who was present here for a certain ritual. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this ritual was a much anticipated one by the entirety of Ishtar Famelia, save for a certain Amazonas. Still sullen, Aisha. Shut up. So scary, Tilda. Several Amazonas could be seen talking to Aisha, who was the only one in here with gloom written all over. She was the only one who didn't want this ritual to take place and had tried to stop it through various means, but to no avail. What could she alone do when everyone else was pumped up for its success? Perhaps that man could have stopped it, but she knew he wouldn't escape. Not only that, but he too would also become Ishtar's plaything as everyone else had. Perhaps it's better this way, she thought while looking at the only one she considered a family. It was Heroheim. She sat there, on an altar while chained up. Today was the day she was going to be sacrificed. She was about to die, but her expression was peaceful. There wasn't even a hint of fear or objection, neither was there hate or confusion. She knew this was bound to happen for a very long time, and had tried to run away again and again with some help, but to no avail. She always felt anger and hatred for Ishtar and sadness for herself. Several negative emotions were hidden deep in her heart, and truthfully, she didn't want to die. Not with all this negativity at least, but now she was calm and collected. She had seen light in this darkness. That light made up a very small part of her life, but took it all away. His words gave her warmth like never before and showed her a world she had never imagined. Although small, that time was the best of her short life, and she would never forget that even. Till her last breath. She looked up at the moon which was emerging and showering its light on her and the rest of the world. By the time this moon reached its highest and the reflected light from the altar turned red from the blue would be the time that marked her end. It all started when Ishtar gave her Falna to Heroheim. Initially, there was no difference when compared to others, but something in her status caught Ishtar's eye. It was a certain magic, the description of which was eye-blinding. It could allow Heroheim to level someone up for a certain period. Sure, this increase in power was temporary, but it was still a huge bonus for anyone being afflicted by it. In the beginning, Ishtar was just happy, but once she conducted a bit more research, the result went beyond her imagination, and she was exhilarated. According to said research, very rarely did a Renard born in a certain tribe held such power. Ability to enhance someone beyond their present LVL. Another thing she found out was the presence of a killing stone and a certain ritual. The information about these two things was obtained through demonic books which were for all senses and purposes banned, both here and there. It was forbidden to learn that knowledge for clear reasons. Still, she in her jealousy lost her mind and learned it. According to said knowledge, ANY. Renard born with this magic can give that power boost to multiple individuals at the same time, and said power boost would even be permanent but at a price. Said price being her very life. Heroheim was part of her Famelia, her family of sorts, and yet she didn't even think twice before deciding to do the ritual. Still, she planned to do it near when she was finally going to engage Freya, but she was forced to forfeit that plan due to certain conditions associated with this ritual, like the Renard being of no more than a certain age and her body being pure and untouched. Now she was conducting this ritual, but only out of necessity. She had no plans to attack or fight Freya yet, since her trump cards were both gone. Regardless, the specifics of the ritual were thus. Heroheim had to be sacrificed in light of a full moon with a weapon that had a killing stone embedded into it. This would store her power in said killing stone, the shards of which then could be used to level someone up permanently. That said, there were some very clear consequences of performing this ritual which Ishtar had hidden from everyone. It didn't take long, and the time came soon after. The altar flashed a brilliant crimson sphere of light, forcing everyone present to shut their eyes. By the time they opened, what met their gaze left everyone speechless. There were no words, since the scene in front of them was just too beautiful. A dazzling altar, with a beauty of incomparable proportions, sat inside, bound in chains, while a drop of tear streaked her blemish face like a jewel traveling its way down. She's truly a beauty. How unfortunate. Amazons who were known for their warring attitudes couldn't help but be marveled. Even, they had no choice but to praise her despite it not being in their nature. Gegegage, get it over with. While other Amazones stood there, watching their captain. Phryne came forward with a dagger in hand. A fist-size, blood-red crystal could be seen attached to the end of the hilt of this ceremonial weapon. Soon, this dagger would take her life. She closed her eyes, shook her head, and looked up at the full moon in all its glory and splendor, and reminiscent of the past few days. All the wonderful memories she'd made, meeting that boy and spending time with him. It was all like a dream come true. Remembering all those beautiful events, she finally closed her eyes as a light smile decorated her lips. What the? A unified gasp reached her ears a moment later. She opened her eyes only to see her executioners in a daze, with some even falling to their knees, struggling against something. Looking around, what met her eyes was an alluring purple radiance that conveyed intense pressure along with a powerful rumble, but only for a moment. The altar she was bound to almost fell apart, and some Amazones who were on their knees fell to the ground but stood up. A moment later, pin-drop silence covered the garden, as if someone had pushed a stop button. Sometime later, someone murmured, "What was that?" It wasn't loud, but enough to reach everyone's ears. Aisha, on the other hand, went toward a corner to see what had transpired down below, and what greeted her was a total mess. All Amazons at or below LVL3 had fallen to the ground, while several expensive buildings were falling apart near the entrance of the district. It wasn't difficult to know what happened. "We're attacked," she whispered, and informed everyone behind. Hearing her, everyone was stupefied. "What? Stop joking. Who would dare attack us?" They weren't just some run-of-the-mill familiar, but rather very powerful and influential. organization. They could never even imagine someone having the thoughts of engaging them. Well, maybe except for a few monstrosities, but why would they? Is it? Freya. Don't know, but we need to head down there. Let's stop the ritual and get everything under control first. Although she couldn't be certain, Aisha had an inkling of it not being Freya. First of all, she had never heard of Freya Famelia possessing that power felt before, and secondly, if it was Freya, then the amount of destruction would have accumulated to an insane degree even within such a short period. But if not Freya, then who? She really couldn't think of anyone, but whoever it was, she was thankful. Perhaps Heraheim could be saved, or at least she could get some more time. No need. Frine spoke up, destroying her dreams. All of you, head down there. I'll be there shortly. She had a hideous smile on her face while looking at Heraheim. Seeing this, Aisha interjected, "I'll stay." Her tone was resolute but also somewhat forlorn, as if she had given up. Hearing her, Frine turned over and spoke condescendingly. "Did you not hear what I said?" "I did, but I won't allow you to torture her." This was a declaration. Aisha was very aware of what Frine would do if left alone with Heraheim. Frine had a huge physique and looked like a toad, but still thought of herself as more beautiful than anyone. This wasn't because of anything except for the inferiority complex. To hide that, she used force, especially against those of other races. Her discrimination and forceful nature would be amplified the more beautiful the other girl was. For that reason, she hated Heraheim but couldn't touch her due to Ishtar. But now was different. Heraheim was about to die, so what did it matter if she roughed her up a bit before killing her? Aisha didn't want that to happen. If Heraheim couldn't be saved, then so be it, but at least she would make sure that her death would be peaceful. Hearing her answer, which contained not even an ounce of fear, Frine's face contorted in fury and disgust. "You think you can stop Emmy? Seems you need to relearn your lesson." From all that time ago, Aisha was the first one to oppose Ishtar when the matter of Heraheim being a sacrificial pawn was revealed. She tried to let her run away several times and eventually got caught once. Even now, she shuddered thinking of the tortures she had to go through due to that matter. It was unspeakable and unexplainable. From that day onwards, even though she still loved Heraheim and even tried to let her escape to live a better life, but she never went beyond the limit. Perhaps that was the reason why she was still stuck in LVL4. She was by far the strongest individual after Frine and Ishtar Famelia and had completed the conditions to LVL up, and yet just couldn't, and she had an inkling of the reason. It was a barrier, and she felt as though she could never reach LVL5 unless her wish regarding Heraheim's freedom was fulfilled, which would never happen so long as Ishtar existed, and so long as Ishtar Famelia existed, and so long as her jealousy existed. Still, despite hearing that threatening tone, Aisha didn't back off and looked straight into her eyes. This was one time she wouldn't back down. Seeing that unwavering gaze and sensing that determination, Frine finally gave up. "TCH. Fine. Whatever, but do not try anything funny." She wanted to teach Aisha a lesson, but that would have to wait. By now, everyone had left except for these three. It was high time to perform the ritual, and so, without any further ado, Frine licked the dagger and went towards Heraheim. Her expression was unsightly, as if she couldn't wait to plunge it into her heart. Just as Frine took another step, "How long are you going to wait?" Aisha, who was standing right behind her, raised her head and screamed in a thunderous voice. Hearing this, Frine turned back, looking at her in bewilderment. Whom was she talking to? The answer was a silhouette that suddenly shot out from the pillars surrounding the altar. He reached here at about the same time as everyone stood in a daze after that tremble. He saw it all, Aisha talking to them, and then all Amazons leaving as fast as possible to counter whatever had attacked their familiar. He thought he hid brilliantly, but it seemed someone had still managed to either see him or perhaps sense him. Regardless, he was glad to have reached in time, and was also thankful to Zoro for what he did. If not for that burst of conquerors haki, then perhaps Heraheim would have died before he even reached here. As soon as he appeared, Aisha took a sigh of relief. She wasn't certain of his presence. It's just her instincts that told her of someone's presence after all the Amazons had left, and she could only attribute said presence to someone not part of this familiar, since why would someone like that hide here and not join other Amazons in their battle against the invader? It seemed her hunch was correct, and she was glad. It's just that she didn't know how he managed to evade Ishtar. Regardless, she saw him moving in a blur motion towards Phryne, who was caught off guard by his sudden appearance and instinctively used the ceremonial dagger to attack him, which turned out to be a mistake. Belle jumped upwards, dodging her counterattack while dealing his attack. Fire bolt. Right on the hilt of the blade. Thunderous roaring flames engulfed the killing stone, breaking it apart into several pieces. He landed right behind Phryne, who stood there, motionlessly looking at the bits and pieces of said stone. Yusha ********* T. It didn't take long before her furious roar impacted the heavens. She turned around with blazing eyes as if to devour him whole. This ceremony was something she had given her all mind to. This was an opportunity for her to get and make that amazing power her own, permanently, but now it was all gone. The sheer power in her roar made his blood run cold. That furious glare was enough to kill any man alive, and yet he stood his ground. Even as the grinding noise of her teeth reached his ears, he stood there with a gaze filled with unwavering resolve. Today he had the chance to run away and leave, but he didn't do so. He chose the other path. One difficult to tread on, and if not careful, the strongest of men could fall easily. The reason he chose a difficult road was to save Heroheim, and that was it. Whatever the result, he could care about that at a later date. Eyes on Phryne, he stood in a battle pose, ready to strike and counter anytime, but what he was expecting never came. Phryne just stood there, looking at him with pure hatred and unwillingness, but she didn't attack. She just looked at him and finally spoke. What was the point? Do you think you saved her? Wrong. Very wrong. All you did was delay the inevitable. We still have time, and we can acquire one more. Speaking till here, she glanced at him with a gloating expression. You achieved nothing. She wanted him to give up. She wanted him to despair that no matter what, he could never accomplish this, and what she said wasn't wrong either. Sure, they were urgent, but there was still some time. Although said time was extremely limited, Belle shouldn't know that. By telling him and proving to him that all he did was a waste of effort, she was trying to get him down and show her his weak self. But that is enough for me. His answer stupefied her. He still had that glare, that brilliancy which she hated above all else. This positive attitude was like poison to her. This answer also surprised Aisha, who didn't expect this. She too thought that even if not despair, he would at least be a bit down hearing that, but his attitude was fair off from that. She looked at Heroheim, who also seemed surprised by his answer. Yes, she had contacted him and was quite fond of him, but that didn't mean she understood him. From her perspective, no one would ever come to save her. At least not when the behemoth trying to kill her was Ishtar Famelia. Saving her was the same as declaring an all-out war against Ishtar Famelia, and from what she knew, Hestia Famelia nor Belle could take that. It was an impossibility within an impossibility. And more than anything, she didn't want him to fight here and get hurt. He was someone very much precious to her, and someone she would never want to be destroyed due to her. And so she contacted her eyes with her and spoke. Master Carnell. Her hands came together in front of her chest, with a range of several emotions passing through her heart. Please don't get yourself involved in all this. I'm fine where I am, and I've long since accepted my fate, so please let me be. Her voice trembled out of fear for him. She knew Ishtar wouldn't just let this be, so it was better for him to leave now than later. If she died, then that was that. Sure, she didn't want to die, but more than that, she didn't want to get him involved in this mess. Hearing her, Aisha's heart tightened, and so did Belle's. What he hated most was when people gave up, or when they were forced to say or do what they didn't want to. He kept his mouth shut out of consideration, but seeing she had finished, he gave his answer. I love heroes more than anything. They are brave and strong and can do what others perceive to be impossible. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know someone who would do whatever he felt like, but he too has a code. He never said anything about it, but he always does what he feels was the right thing to do without caring for consequences. What are you? I want to be just like him, to be a hero, and I know that if I stepped back here, then I would no longer have the right to go for it. I came here to save you, and I will do it, regardless of what anyone says, because that for me is the right thing to do. There was a kind of light in his pupils which attracted everyone. His voice filled with vigor, and he declared his stance. It didn't matter if she wanted him to save her or not, he would do so regardless. That was who Belle Cranell was. Gegegage. A hero, you say? What a childish dream. Right this instant, Phryne laughed in contempt towards him. This dream of his felt like a joke. To her. Still, she stopped playing tricks. Other than the fact she was extremely terrible at this stuff of mind games, it didn't seem as though he would be dejected, so she would do what she was best at. Die. And so, she did. Without batting an eye, she threw a punch straight toward his face. Huh. Speed was such that even Belle found it hard to counter, and so he sidestepped and jumped back. There was no doubt that if that punch had made contact, he would be dead right there. Just the air coming off of from around the fist was enough to injure him. She's strong. He had felt this feeling again and again. Every encounter with her led to his defeat in a very short time, and so he decided not to face her head-on, but rather use what he was best at. And so, he began his assault. Firebolt. 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 Starting with his magic. Its destructive power was low, but it could be cast in succession. If not quality, then he would overwhelm her with quantity. Seeing a barrage of electric bolts of flames coming over, she laughed and plunged into them. Wham! 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 Each of her punches caused the surrounding air to scatter and destroyed all the balls of roaring flames. Just her fists alone were enough to overwhelm his magic. Is that all you got? She came out, unscathed from his bombardment. Seeing this display of power surprised him. But he wasn't shocked. She was a genuine LVL5 and probably up on the ladder even within. Said LVL along with that physique. It was normal for her to possess such strength. What he was surprised over was another fact. I'm fair away from him. It was the fact of his captain. Having dealt with her. From what he knew, Zoro had beaten her half to death, and that too. Only at LVL2. This was beyond his comprehension, but now wasn't the time to think about all that. He wasn't here to compare himself to others or to even fight. There was only one purpose. Get Haruheim out of here and then join others. Phryne spoke once again in a ridiculing tone. I don't plan to play around so, and unsheathed her battle axe from her back. With this, she was truly ready to fight and ready to kill. Belle's muscles tightened seeing her getting serious. He could feel it. An aura of pure might oozed out from her. Her demeanor changed entirely with her weapon. It was like the saying went, a warrior with his weapon was different from a warrior without. She was the perfect example of that. Coupled with that physique, she looked quite a monster in both figurative and literal senses. Rah! She dashed towards him like a raging bull and covered a distance of a few meters in an instant. Belle had no time to dodge this time around, and so he brought his knives forward and, in the next instance, clang! A grand battle axe and the knives collided in an explosion of sparks. His feet left the ground at the impact, and he was thrown skywards. Belle felt as if both of his arms had gone numb. That was a powerful clash, but he lost it. He maneuvered his body in mid-air and landed on the ground safely. Before he could get his posture straight, the battle axe flashed in front of his eyes once again, along with an angry tone. Since you want to save her, then die. She was angry at the fact that Belle managed to block her attack. First that captain of his and now this. She just couldn't take it and took all her anger on the boy. Swish. This time the battle axe hit the empty air as Belle barely but surely managed to duck on time and dodge that deadly attack, but wham! He immediately brought his arms up to block the follow-up attack, which once again threw him up in the air. It was a kick, a very powerful one, which he managed to block but almost broke his arms in doing so. Seeing him in the air, Phryne didn't wait and went after him. Without even giving him the chance to land, she launched another barrage of attacks. Belle, who was still up in the air, flipped over and once again blocked her attack with his knives, but the force of the impact hurled him in the back, almost throwing him over the hanging garden. He once again landed on the ground and continued his battle against Phryne. Well, it was more of a one-sided beatdown than a battle, but still, he did manage to land a few attacks after parrying hers, but to no avail. The difference in stats was just too high. Even if he wanted to make it up with his techniques, the other party had a lot of experience under her belt. She drove Belle back with each barrage until they reached the other edge of the hanging garden. Belle was constantly changing his directions to not be thrown over. Their battle left several marks on the ground amid sharp clashes and showers of sparks. At this rate, they would soon destroy even the altar this ceremony was based upon. Aisha was just standing watching it all happen. She didn't interfere to help Belle defend or to help Phryne finish him off. Amid the battle, she went up to Haraheim on the altar and stood guard. Haraheim tried to open her mouth to say something multiple times and kept quiet in the end. She naturally wanted to help Belle, but her magic had limitations. There was no guarantee that he would win even with her magic, and if he couldn't finish it off within a certain amount of time, then it would be all over. She couldn't ask Aisha either, since she was already doing them a favor by not taking Phryne's side. Suddenly that intense battle came to a halt and both sides just stood there, facing each other. "You're not bad." Phryne finally stopped her assault but looked at him in amusement. He indeed wasn't bad, but he was also no match for her. Still, his potential was off the roof. Why not become my man? She gave him an offer that left everyone there stupefied. What did she mean by that? Not paying attention to their confusion, she kept on boasting, "You won't find anyone as beautiful as me in the entire world. Not even those celestials are my match." And seeing her go on and on about her so-called beauty put him in a conundrum, but thanks to that he was given time to prepare his attack. He wanted to end this fast and join up with others. Even from here, he could sense that combat taking place down there, but how to deal with her? Simple. He decided to use an old trick. If it worked, then either she would be one-shotted or at least no longer be able to become a hindrance. It would also tell others of his approximate location. And so, with one hand behind his back and one in front, he waited and waited until small chimes grew louder and louder until they could be heard over a few meters of distance. What's that? The sound finally reached her, bringing her out of that stupor. She had been talking non-stop, describing her beauty for about a minute now, and he was charging up his attack for the same amount of time. Not long after, she finally yelled out loud, "So, you would rather go the hard way?" The reality that she had pretty much been ignored all this time hit her hard, right on the sore spot, which infuriated her. How dare he schemes against her when he should have been mesmerized by her beauty and her voice. If he wasn't, then she would make him through force. Seeing her once again coming after him in raging fury, Belle jumped up, bringing his left arm ahead. It was glowing with pure white light. It looked exceptionally warm and nourishing, but only he knew the kind of destructive force hidden within, and so without further ado, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Firebolt!" A single attack with a single target, and this time it roared. The flames coming out were of huge proportions and contained enough heat to warm up the surrounding cold night. If looked at from afar, it would seem like a small sun shooting over. Seeing this, Phryne finally felt a threat. Even if she didn't die, this attack would put her in the same condition as before, and again it would be done by the same Famelia. She contained her momentum and used it to jump upwards in a different direction. A moment after, bang! The place she stood at disappeared with a loud bang as roaring flames and heat destroyed everything in the vicinity, including the very air itself. It got hard to breathe, but his attack failed. Her instant reaction saved her from a terrible fate. "Gegegage, it's over here." While still in the air, she laughed happily. That attack must have taken a lot out of him, so it should be easier to take him down. This battle had already been won by her. Seeing her laugh, Belle didn't show fear. Instead, he looked downwards and then at her. "Is that so?" This nonchalant attitude of his got on her nerves. She had already won, so why was he still so calm and relaxed? She got her answer after looking down. There was nothing there. Her place of landing had disappeared, and she fell to the bottom. Damn you woo-woo. And with that, it had ended. Phryne could certainly come back up, but that would take time. On top of that, there was a much higher possibility that she won't and would rather go down to face her old nemesis, if for nothing than to avenge that humiliation. Belle landed on the ground and fell to his knees right away. Today had taken a lot out of him. First, he was forced to use Argonaut back there, and now here. A lot of his mind had been consumed to charge and make those attacks, but still, he didn't give up. Once again, he stood up facing Aisha this time around. No matter what her feelings might be, she was still part of Ishtar Famelia, and due to that had certain responsibilities to fulfill, one of them being to take out the invaders. Seeing him looking at her in this manner, Aisha was amused. "Don't even try. You're strong, much stronger than even many LVL4s, but you're in no condition to fight." She was right about that, and everyone there realized that. After waiting for a bit, she spoke. Once again. "Still, I would like to fight you at your peak, so take it. With that said, she threw a bottle towards him filled with some sort of liquid. It was a mind potion, seeing which he was surprised. Why are you? You want to save her, right? Then come. I am your hurdle and treat me like one. Let's see if you have the ability. This was a declaration of war, one which he happily accepted. Oh. Loud noises could be heard in the vicinity, with several individuals moving about, fighting each other. The number of individuals fighting wasn't many, but each of them was more destructive than the other. Leo, Suu, Uka, Mikoto, Daphne, Cassandra, and everyone else were fighting one of LVL4 Amazonas warriors. It was one versus many, and yet the battle seemed almost to be tied, with neither side being able to take any advantage of the other. In the beginning, when it all started and Zoro astonishingly took out the entirety of Ishtar's forces, everyone had thought it was over but were denied by Zoro. According to him, his conqueror haki was strong, but there was a limitation of being only able to take out those with weak wills and strength. That meant that anyone a level above him, so long as they had a strong disposition, would be able to resist. That said, even those with weak strength but incomparable strong will would also be able to resist, so long as he didn't specifically target them. Everyone else would be wasted, and his words were true. Not long after, several LVL4 Amazonas, 8 to be exact, came running over to destroy them. But Zoro intervened and once again did something incredible. He single-handedly fought all of them and defeated 3 in almost no time. Each of these 3 got severe sword injuries and was out, while the other 5 managed to make some distance between them. That, and coupled with the fact that Zoro didn't seem interested in fighting them, allowed them to escape that disaster. Afterward, he left along with Hestia, with their goal being Bel and Ishtar respectively. They didn't just come here to save Bel, no. They came here to end it once and for all. Regardless, even though Amazonas were shocked at his display of power and feared him, but still, they had a duty to fulfill, and they wouldn't run away. It wasn't in their nature, so they continued their assault after Zoro departed. This forced the remaining group to split up, since taking on the remaining LVL4 Amazonas all at once was too demanding of a task. Their split forced Amazonas to split as well. There were in total 2 parties. One, Orchestra, led by Carl, and the remaining one led by none other than Naza. Yes, she also came over after hearing of what had happened to Bel. Even though she feared dungeons and monsters, that didn't mean she feared fights in general, especially not against non-monsters. As for Amazonas, 3 went after Orchestra and 2 after their party. One of them was taken over by Naza, while the other one was to be handled by the remaining people. Despite a clear advantage in numbers, it was still a very tough fight. Uka, Daphne, and Cassandra served as vanguards, being LVL3s, and yet they were forced on the defensive by her continued assault. Still, they managed to hold on with the help from everyone else from their familiars. LVL1s and 2s, although didn't participate directly but served as perfect supporters and assisted the 3 vanguards with arrows and whatnot from the shadows. These things wouldn't necessarily injure her, but still, the sheer quantity of sneak attacks was enough to distract her. The fight against a single LVL4 Amazonas turned out to be tougher than they could have predicted. Despite the sheer number of combinations and variety of skills and magics having been utilized, they were still in bad shape. Their battle could be considered to have been very intense, but it ended relatively fast after Mikoto and Cassandra used their magics in conjunction with everyone else bombarding said Amazonas with skills and weapons from all around. That said, all of them without exception got injuries, while the 3 vanguards could even be considered to be half dead, but still, they held out and eventually managed to take her down. The price they paid was a very steep one, and these injuries wouldn't heal with just potions alone. Still, this was a very great experience for them. With this, they were able to find out the true difference that existed between levels and classes, and they could have considered having been enlightened. Except for freaks like Zoro, Bel, Ace, and Otter, none could jump ranks to defeat their opponent. At least not when there was a clear difference in class between them. On the other hand, the battle between Naza and Samaya ended with a mutual defeat. Even though Naza was also LVL4 like Samaya, but there was a huge difference between them which originated from their activities past few years. While Naza had given up all fights and never ventured into the dungeon, Famelia was the complete opposite. She experienced battle on an almost daily basis, so they weren't on equal footing. Naza fell into a disadvantage right after the beginning, but due to her stats managed to hold on for quite a bit. Still, she got thrown over around their battlefield, accumulating injuries. Over injuries making her quite miserable. Once she was no longer capable of battle, Famelia came forward to finish it off and let her guard down, something Naza had been waiting for. She immediately played her trump card, a magic sword. She had bought it in her adventuring days but was forced to retire before she could even use it, so it was just left in her room, untouched throughout all these years. So, she brought it along to be used in an emergency. A decision well worth it. Getting struck by the magic sword at point blank knocked her out instantaneously. But since it exploded so near, Naza's injuries got even worse, prompting her to fall alone. This way, the battle on this end finished fast, but all combatants were also gone. The end. So, this chap is also over. I had thought right, in the beginning, to end Ishtar Famelia's arc by the 20th chapter, and it did take 20 chapters, counting the next one. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised by my accuracy anyway. Let me make it clear. The reason Zoro isn't directly present during this and the previous chapter was to give Bell his time to shine. This was his arc, just like how Melon City belonged to Zoro. That said, Zoro did get his time to shine even without appearing, so can't say I didn't focus on him. Other than that, as can be seen, the fights, in the end, were just a summary of how they ended. And that was the point. Through Zoro fighting and instantly defeating those LVL-4 Amazonas, I wanted to show how an overwhelming power could destroy a group regardless of what their LVL might be. So, the motif was difference. On the other end, through Naza's group, I wanted to show how a much stronger opponent could be defeated through timing and coordination. So, the motif was group work. The third battle between Naza and Amazonas was there to show how one's overconfidence and small mistakes could be exploited and how a one battle could easily be lost. The motif was awareness. Now, why am I explaining fights which didn't even occur in a general sense? Well, I'm going to use these tropes later, so it's better to put the foundations down. As for why I didn't focus on their battle, well, it was because I want to give each of them their own time to shine in an individual battle where they could use all the tricks they have. Also, to work on their character development along with their interactions. That was it. The next chap would be the ending and beginning of a new arc which would be focused on Zoro more than Bell, perhaps. By the way, I'm thinking of introducing a tournament arc in the story. Not exactly a new idea, but it works, and so. And again, if you have any ideas to share, go ahead. Next week then. Regards. Climax 2. CH20. Climax 2. Peng dash. Peng dash. Peng dash. Ah. Blood red and deep purple lights flashed over and over, colliding heavily with each other. Each clash caused visible shockwaves to spread around every corner. These clashes were head-on, each containing all the power they could muster. These two combatants didn't even blink as they threw it all down, hoping to get rid of the other once and for all. It didn't take long, and this small skirmish ended abruptly. The reason was simple. They fought without moving an inch, each one swinging their weapons with full power. Every time this power clashed, their surroundings got blurred, and by now even the ground they stood on had pretty much collapsed due to a continuous stream of strong impacts. Phryne stood on the other end, breathing heavily, watching her opponent. She was no doubt a bit exhausted, but more than that, she was shocked. How's this possible? She had fought him once before, and back then, other than the fact she was weakened, the only reason he won was due to employing dirty tricks and running around. At least that's how that battle went according to her perspective. Regardless, when she saw him, she was shocked and overjoyed. Shocked due to the knowledge of who had attacked them, and overjoyed by the very notion of being able to exact her revenge. He was the first man to have defeated her so thoroughly, and the first person ever to give her the pain she never wanted to feel again. Even now, that scene of having her arm getting chopped scared her. She wanted revenge, and what could be better timing than now? Not only was she at her peak condition, but she had also prepared a special trump card. Although she didn't think she would be forced to use it still, it was better to be safe than be sorry. So, she ran at full throttle towards him, wanting to bring him down instantly, and threw as strong of an attack as she could muster, but clang dash. Her full-powered attack with all that momentum behind her was stopped up front, but it didn't end there. Zoro, at the point of contact, tilted his sword a bit while jumping upwards and wham dash, delivered a powerful punch at the back of her now lowered head, burying it into the ground. Afterward, without giving her as much as a look, he turned around. "You all right, Hestia?" Looking at Hestia, who was trying to get up and soon succeeded. She looked at him in a daze and then at the abomination half buried in the ground. What just happened? The only thing she remembered was getting pushed back by Zoro and then flying upwards. Due to strong wind pressure coming from where he was, accompanied by a loud sound as if something crashed into something else, and that was it? Afterward, it was blank. Perhaps she had lost consciousness momentarily there. Nothing. He turned to Frine with an amused look. Just a wild beast. By now, Frine had gotten to her feet, glaring at him with such intense glare, as if ready to swallow him at any time. This was embarrassing. She launched an attack and was forced to grovel. Her humiliation, which was already building up, reached its peak with his taunting. "Shut the hell you PPPP," she screamed. "I swear, this right here is going to be your gravivi." "Oh." Zoro reacted as if he had just woken up. Looking forward to it, he was not taking her seriously, and this was obvious from his attitude. Zoro did not incline to look down on or humiliate someone, but the one who stood before him was not a fighter, nor a warrior, and neither a leader nor a good person, but rather just a hungry beast, swallowed up in hate and vengeance, and also a coward who would scream and beg in case of danger. Someone like her didn't qualify to be respected in any sense of a word, and he despised people like her the most. Still, there was no doubt of her strength as he was almost launched upwards, but she was weak. Not in strength, no. She was weak in her fighting capability. From what he had heard of LVL5s like the Gulliver brothers or those from Loki and other familiars, some of them should have been able to react promptly, but it was like she didn't even see it coming. Her battle sense was very weak when compared to her level and stats. Seems you relied too much on outside power. Such a waste. She was worse than even beasts. Those beasts, although didn't have a semblance of strategy in battle, they still possessed that keen instinct, but she lacked both. Perhaps she had it all once upon a time, but not any longer. It was as the saying went. Power corrupts, and she was the best example of said corruptness. In the sense of battle. Still, it was all fine. He only wanted to see if he could fight head-on against other LVL5s in the battle of strength, and she was the best guinea pig to test it on. "Well then, it seems we'll be delayed a bit." He turned to Hestia while readying for battle. "That's fine." Her reply, on the other hand, was nonchalant. Even if the other party was LVL5, the captain of the Ishtar Famelia, she had full trust in her captain and was certain that the battle won't be lost. Thinking till here, she turned to look upwards, glaring at a silhouette standing on top of the castle, glaring back. And so, it began. The battle between the captains of both familiars. It was intense. One moves after the other in succession, with blades intersecting at several points of impact. Hestia was thankful for being at a distance, since otherwise, she could have been injured or worse simply by staying near. The zone in their vicinity had become filled with unbridled destruction. Each intersection was impactful, with neither party giving others a breathing ground, but it was becoming obvious. As the battle raged on, so did Frine feel it. She was losing ground. Bit by bit, she was getting pushed back. This can't be. I'm losing in strength. Strength. That was her most important asset. One which allowed her to reign supreme over others, but now, she was losing in what was arguably her greatest asset. Actually, it wasn't so. Zoro was very strong for his level, but he still lacked the level of overall strength she possessed. It was just that his output surpassed hers. On average, any individual of any race could only use about 30% of their physical strength. With training and experience, that percentage could jump up to 60%. Some could even reach as much as 70% to 80%. All the big names of today were the best examples. They were strong not just because of their levels, but also because of how much strength they could employ at a time. Then there was Frine. Usually, anyone at her level, with all that experience and training, should have been able to exert about 50 to 60% of their bodily strength, but she just couldn't. At most, she was able to output 40% of her maximum bodily strength, and even that was debatable. When one fights, they train their body to increase this output, no matter how insignificant it Might be, but for someone like Frein who had been drunk on outside power ever since Haraheim came, had destroyed herself. Her inferiority complex toward A's and her wanting to prove her strength to herself led to her present predicament. If she had wholeheartedly relied on herself, not only would her output be higher, but she also could have broken through to LVL 6. Regardless, every level up increased one's base power, and her base power was great even when compared to other LVL 5s, but she couldn't use much of it at a time. On the other hand, Zoro, despite having lower base power than hers, was capable of utilizing all of its time at any time. Yes, Zoro was that rare breed who could employ his full power at any given point. Every single of his strikes contained 100% of his bodily strength. This was possible only because of Haki. By coating his body in armament, he could safeguard his muscles and bones which would otherwise have been shredded. Furthermore, he could produce an insane amount of momentum through continuous swings. There was no skill here, it was simply a technique he had mastered on his own. Every one of his swings would be stronger than the last and so on, and this momentum would keep on building the more he fought without stopping. Till now, he had never reached his peak. This was a technique employed by every martial artist, but the amount of momentum he could build was much greater than anyone he knew of. Furthermore, there were only two individuals who didn't have a perceived limit to this continuous increase, one being him, while the other being Sanji. So, as the battle kept on going, his strength and the weight behind each attack kept on increasing. When it started, his attack power was almost as strong as hers due to output differences, but even more than that, he just kept on building and building and building until she could no longer retaliate or match. Although her axe was very durable and truthfully shouldn't have even been used by her, this was another reason for her weakness. Her weapon was most suitable for LVL 7s, but in her case, she was using a weapon 2 grades above her level, so the amount of experience she accumulated was non-existent. Still, the weapon being the way it was able to take all of these powerful strikes, but she was certain if this battle raged on as is, her axe would be fine, but she would be lying in a pool of blood. There was no reconciliation here. It's either kill or be killed, but she didn't want to die. The very idea of death terrified her to the bone. I need to get away. She wanted to run away, or at least get some breathing ground to get herself together, but how? It was obvious he wouldn't stop and wouldn't let her stop. The moment she stopped, her head would disappear, and that was certain. She by now just swung her weapon in a disorderly fashion. Her entire body was creaking as if it was hollowed out, with sweat raining down, dyeing the entire ground. Though difficult, she still swung her battle axe, but injuries had started to pile up. Each clash against that man was breaking her body apart, and not long after, blood gushed out with intense pressure. This wasn't due to cuts or anything, simply the pressure contained in each of those swings was cracking her skin, causing it to ooze blood. Is that it? I expected a bit more, but fine. With hazy consciousness, she could hear his voice filled with disappointment. He had hoped of having a good battle, but she was too incompetent to give him one. If it was someone else of the same level, they would probably sense this continuous increase and thus avoid such confrontation. Using maneuverability and speed to break this momentum was the best course of action here, and yet she didn't even notice. Or perhaps she did but failed to understand. Regardless, he had tested and was fine with the results. Even though she was weak, but he could be certain that if he went all out, none in LVL 5 range should be able to match. And yeah, his goal had been achieved, and so, let's end this. The air changed with those words, and she could finally feel it. Killing intent. He's gonna kill me. That thought raged in her mind, and finally, she broke out of her stupor, perhaps due to the fear of death. It overwhelmed everything, her pain, her exhaustion, her revenge. Nothing mattered, and she cried out, "Nu Uo, please do not kill me. Please spare me. I swear never to do anything bad." With tears streaming down her face, she begged for her life while slumping down. There was no strength left in her body. Fear overcame it all. This dash. Even Hestia was stupefied looking at this miserable appearance. She had seen many cowards in her life, both in the upper and lower world, but this was the first even for her. 2. See someone of such level and such authority and such power groveling with snot decorating their face. She was disgusted just looking at this and turned to Zoro, who too was lost in thought. His Opponent had given up and laid down their weapons, so should he kill her? It was a bit difficult to decide. If it was someone courageous and someone who fought till the end, he wouldn't have hesitated to end them, but this was different. While both Zoro and Hestia were contemplating, a voice filled with rage and indignation boomed in the red light district. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Frine?" It was Ishtar, and she was fuming. This was humiliation reaching the next level. She had seen the entire battle and had no choice but to admit today could be the end. Even her prized captain was forced down, so what could be said about others? She was just thinking of her next move, but seeing her captain growling and crying out of fear in front of her opponent and enemy was too much. Even she couldn't accept that. Frine, on the other hand, "Shut it, you old hog. Hey, do you see her? It was that woman who told me to do all this. I had no choice but to submit it. You understand how it is, right?" Turned out to be more shameless and disloyal than she could have imagined. Although she knew the kind of woman her captain was, she never even imagined something like this happening. Not only was she scolded by her captain, but she was also even thrown to the wolves by the same individual. Ishtar gritted her teeth and just barely managed to suppress her boiling anger. How dare she? Still, there's no time to idle around. I'll handle her later, but for now. Now wasn't the time nor place. Throwing one last look toward those down below, she marched on toward the bridge which connected her castle to pretty much all buildings in the red light district. She deeply regrets the fact of not making an escape route in case of an emergency. Just how conceited was she? Seeing Ishtar ignoring her and continuing to move ahead, Frine smirked. Serves you right. These were her honest feelings. She never liked Ishtar due to her beauty. It was the same case with many others whom she disliked. After cursing her a bit, Frine once again turned to Zoro. "Go and catch her. There's no Eska dash." That was the final straw, and slit dash. Her headless body fell to the ground with a fountain of blood gushing out of the now vacant neck. This happened in a single motion and was so fast that she didn't even know when she died. That's that. Zoro sheathed his swords right after. He could have left her alive, but her action of betrayal was too much to be just ignored. It was better this way anyway, since who knew what she would have done afterward. As for imprisonment, he didn't believe in that stuff. It's either punishment or nothing. And so, the battle which had already ended finally reached its conclusion. Dash. Suddenly Zoro turned around, looking somewhere with a grin on his face. Although he didn't seem all that happy, just interested. What? Nothing. After it was all over, Zoro turned to Hestia. Where to next? Isn't that obvious? Let's end this once and for all. What about the guild you were so worried about? Screw it. I'll handle that later with Uranos. Let's go. Fine. Come. Zoro stepped forward and picked her up, an action Hestia never considered possible. Wait a minute. What are you doing? It's faster this way. Let's go. Wait. What do you may a dash? Hestia couldn't end her sentence since strong air currents passed by her face in a flash. They were flying. She never knew Zoro had such skill. No, wait. He didn't. But how? As Hestia was lost in her thoughts, Zoro's mind went back to when he had first developed this technique through various combinations. He used to fight strong opponents against whom even the current top adventurers of Ororio weren't a match. That said, he always had one weakness that manifested only in unique circumstances. That weakness was unable to traverse the sky or fly. Whenever he fought opponents like that, he could block all of their attacks and even launch many of his own, but that flight ability was too great an advantage. Sure, his attacks could reach them, but many could easily be dodged as well. So to get rid of such weakness, he developed a technique similar to sky walk or moon walk. The principle was simple. He applied his armament haki on the wind itself. Although since the wind didn't have a form, and it was in constant motion, he couldn't exactly keep it frozen. No one could, but what he could do was to have it materialize, only for a split second. The concept was the same as hitting Logia, but much harder. His constant practice of said technique not only allowed him to walk in the sky, but also allowed him to gain much greater control and power over the armament haki, so it was a win-win. By now, he could apply his armament of all manner of things, corporeal or non-corporeal. Didn't matter. That said, in this world, there was one thing on which he couldn't apply his armament, and that was magic energy, or magiculus. By jumping around in the air, They reached the summit and landed right on the bridge, blocking Ishtar's way forward. How did you know? Wait. Scratch that. Let's deal with her first. Hestia wanted to ask him for an explanation, but dealing with Ishtar came first. She turned to the ashen-faced celestial. Ishtar and Hestia stood face to face, no more than 10 steps between them. At the same time, another battle had commenced, and this one had been going on for quite some time now. Both combatants looked exhausted, especially Bel, but still, he didn't stop, and neither did the other one. Two warriors ran towards each other nth time under the brilliant starlight. Their weapons flashed and produced various rhythmic sounds as they clashed from time to time. This battle was all over the place. If that one was based purely on strength, then this one was based purely on speed and skill. Both were novices, one at LVL4 while the other at LVL3. Bel was a level lower than Aisha but still could easily fight on par with her. Both combatants were about on equal footing in everything, and so the battle was hinged on who would give way first. Whoever did, this battle would be over right that instant, but neither of these fighters backed off. With the moon shining right overhead, they chased after each other and fought with boiling blood. Each had their conviction, which forced them to keep on going. Small knives and a long broadsword slammed against each other, causing several brilliant sparks to lit up the surroundings momentarily, only to die down the next instant. One fought with eyes filled with resolve while the other fought, relishing each moment. This battle was eye-blinding, and it was much too difficult for the sole spectator to see each moment or comment on it. Ha 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 ha. Their bodies overlapped, and weapons clashed. Aisha couldn't contain her excitement as she drove her weapon forward and laughed at the top of her lungs. The endless collisions and eruptions of sparks brought her a feeling of joy she hadn't felt in a long time. This is why real men are so fascinating to me. With blades pressed against each other, Aisha leaned in and smiled from ear to ear in front of Bel. Arrogant, violent, strong. Only real men can get a woman's blood boiling. This was her philosophy. She shouted and raised her weapon high above her head only to bring it down with tremendous force. This was one lethal strike, one that was hard to block or counter, and so, taking all that into account and making use of all that hellish training, Bel stepped out of the way right as the blade almost struck him. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but it wasn't over. What's the point of dodging when you're not gonna counterattack? This, he had learned from Zoro. Without paying any attention to all the pain his body was going through, he swung his weapon in a cross slash toward her open neck, but she slipped away and dodged him. This was the difference between her and Phryne. Phryne was just power and nothing else, while she was the perfect example of a warrior. Through and through. Neither of these two might be able to defeat Phryne as of now, but both were much better fighters than she ever was. Aisha jumped away, trying to make some distance, but Bel wouldn't allow it. He followed right after, and so another round of sparks flew through the air as they clashed while at full throttle. The altar by now was gone, destroyed, while the ground had patches of damage, some big and some small. This was one hell of a battle where both combatants not only fought but also grew. Finally, Aisha could no longer control herself, as heat swelled throughout her body. Now was the final test, the final trial, and if Bel managed to pass it, she would happily send her sister along. Come, reckless conqueror dash. And she started casting. Concurrent casting. Bel couldn't contain his surprise as his ears picked up the unmistakable melody of the trigger spell between the constant collisions of their blades. Masculine warrior, strong soldier, greedy and unjust hero dash. This was utter madness. To be able to chant like this while still exchanging blows at such velocity. He had never seen anyone of the like, neither could he do the same as of now. His Argonaut was strong, but he couldn't cast it the way she was doing. The amount of concentration and practice required for something like this to be possible was next level. Every one of her words was clear, pulsing with controlled magical energy as her lips moved, in rhythm with her stride. Offense, movement, evasion, and defense, not a single attribute of her fighting style suffered. It was as if she was giving a street performance, dancing and singing for an audience. Mastering the complex and dangerous concurrent casting was proof that she was indeed strong. Prove your desire for the Empress's throne dash. Not good. Bel was entranced there for a moment, but now clearly wasn't the time to gawk around. He needed to move and stop her somehow. Moving his arms faster and faster while mustering all the strength he possibly could, he slashed off in a dazzling blur. Both of his knives disappeared, replaced by lights moving here and there, but nothing. His attacks hit nothing. Aisha, as powerful as she was, blocked all of his attacks while dodging some others, while chanting her song of power. Satisfy my body, penetrate and kill it to show your worth dash. If this went on, he would lose. That much was obvious, but what could he do? He was already doing the best he could, but it was of no effect. She jumped around, fighting him at his pace. The more desperate he grew, the stronger she got. It went on until some of her kicks hit home. Gardash. He was knocked upward by that impact but managed to steady himself before getting hit by more such attacks. My famished blade is Hipporyute dash. Finally, Aisha completed her trigger spell as she jumped backward, opening the space between the two fighters for a bit. Bell regained his feet, eyes on his opponent. Having never seen the spell before, he had no idea what was coming his way, but that didn't mean he didn't prepare either. As soon as she started her chanting, he too started his charge. Quite a bit of dazzling light spots had gathered onto his right hand. Given he wasn't as good as her and so had his attention split in two. One on her while the other on his charge, which caused his attacks to miss and even get some hits from her. So that's the reason. Seeing those light spots, she smirked. She did find it odd how her attacks had started to suddenly connect while he went haywire. This was the main reason. Still, it was obvious his charge wasn't as strong as it should be due to not having enough time. Bell understood that and thought of dodging, but Harrowheim was right behind him. If he dodged, wouldn't her spell, whatever it might be, hit Harrowheim? No, she wouldn't. At least he hoped so, but when looking into her eyes, threw away that notion. Aisha looked at him, ready to launch her attack. Show me you can protect her. Bell could feel it in her gaze. If you're gonna take her, then prove you can. Seeing the determination in Aisha's eyes, Bell knew what he had to do and so intensified his charge. Argonaut. White specks of light started to swirl around his right hand, coating Hestia knife in preparation to stop Aisha's full power. The image that triggered Argonaut this time was the hero from the Fair East, Isenduji. Despite his small stature, the legendary samurai had fought a horde of over 1,000 ogres to protect one little girl. Gathering strength using one of Harrowheim's favorite heroes, Bell brought Hestia knife in front of his chest, ready to launch a full-powered attack. Right in front of him, Aisha's war cry ripped through the air as she slammed her massive sword into the stone flooring at her feet. Hell Kaios. An immense crimson shock wave emerged from the point where the tip of her weapon pierced the stone, moving towards Bell like a raging bull. Powerful shockwave in that shape reminded him a lot of Zoro's projectile attacks. He too swung his knife with as much force as he could muster, and not long after, crimson red collided with pure white, causing a detonation at the point of impact. It didn't take long, and within a moment's notice, both energies disappeared, leaving behind another massive crater on the roof. Cancelled it out. She was a bit shocked, but more than that, she was ecstatic. Why? Because she could see him running towards her through that heap of rubble and smoke. He jumped across that massive crater and landed right in front of her. Without showing as much as a single point of mercy, his fist slammed right into now immobile Aisha, sending her flying. I'm taking her with me, and he declared what he wanted to do all this time. Aisha smiled and passed out. Ishtar. Hestia. This greeting couldn't be said to be pleasant. One party was clearly in a good mood while the other could hardly breathe. She still had some guards but didn't put her hopes on any of them. Just one look at that man, and she knew if her subordinates tried to pull anything, he would kill them. Be that as it may, she still would have liked for her children to step forward in her defense. But none did except for Tama's. Everyone else just stood there with their feet unable to move, petrified in fear. Taking one look around, Ishtar heaved a cold sigh. It was all over. She turned to Hestia. What do you want? You should be clear about that. But why? Are you really as that? How dare you harm my family and kidnap Bell? That's unforgivable. Family, is it? Could she call her followers her family, or could her followers call each other family? Perhaps only that pair of Fox and Amazonas enjoyed such a relationship within her Famelia. While lost in thought, she heard a frigid, cold voice. This is your final hour. Before I send you back, tell me, why did you do that? Hearing that coldness in her voice, Ishtar was certain. Tonight, she was going back to where she came from. Naturally, she didn't want to, but there was nothing left for her to do here. Famelia was defeated and her captain dead. That girl Haraheim would probably also slip from her grasp, so there's that. Her helpers who could have helped her to deal with Freya would probably also not pay her much attention. Who would stand by a ruined Famelia anyway? It wasn't so bad, but you'll know soon enough. And with that, donning a mysterious smile, she jumped down. She was happy. Not because of going back, but because she knew of the enemy Freya was trying to make. She was certain that given some time, even Freya wouldn't be able to deal with them, and if she tried to do things forcefully, well, it probably wouldn't end well, since that guy did have resistance, or more like immunity to charm. I'll be waiting for one of you there. That was the last thought on her mind, and finally, thud dash. Her body cracked apart. Arcanum activated the moment she received such fatal damage, and a dazzling pillar of light ascended from her position up, beyond where could be seen by anyone. It was a mesmerizing sight, something no one of the present day had ever witnessed. A light, so bright that the entirety of Rio and beyond got bathed in it. It was a signal, a clear sign that some celestial had gone back, or more like had been sent back. It also signified the end, since whoever went back would never be able to come down again. There was only one chance, and it had been used up. Damn her. While everyone was mesmerized or heartbroken, in the case of Tamiz, Hestia cursed out loud at the celestial who just exited. She disliked any sort of mind games, and now, Ishtar had left without answering anything. Still, one of her suspicions might be accurate here, but she couldn't be certain. If it turned out to be right, then things would get much more hectic than anything she had witnessed so far. This is such a mess. Let's go. With one last sign, Hestia turned her back on the pillar of light. Whatever might be the case, this battle was over, and one of her headaches was finally gone. So, that's how it ended her. Hummies stood rooted in his place. There was no longer any of that trademark smile of his. In its place was solemnness, a deep one as well as a dread. He expected something like this, but the actors to end it all should have been different. Of course, he couldn't be happier with how it all ended. Bell achieved his objective, and he too saw all he needed to see, but what he saw surpassed whatever he expected. Bell was very strong for his level, no doubt, but Zoro just blew it all away. The amount of power and atmosphere that one man possessed surpassed his imagination. First, there was that will which overpowered almost all LVL3s, then battle power perhaps equal to LVL6, and at last that flight ability. The only thing he seemed to lack was some sort of magic, but did he even need one? That was debatable. All in all, for the first time he felt a foreboding. If not handled well, things could get messy. This wasn't regarding Ishtar being sent back, but rather Hestia Famelia itself. They were a headstrong group with a very strong-willed and a fearless captain to command. From what he could see, Zoro would do anything so long as it seemed fine to him, regardless of whatever society might have to say in this regard. People like him were both easy and hard to read, since their actions stemmed from their values, and without knowing said values, it was hard to predict what they might or might not do. I'll have to be careful. You should dash. What dash? Oh, it's you, Asfi. You scared me to death. Phew. That man, he seemed to have sensed us. You think so? Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Well, let's just hope for the best. Hermes looked towards the top of Babel Tower where, without doubt, was someone looking at everything that transpired here. What would she think of all this? That he couldn't be sure, but things had started moving. The wheels which had been suspended till now would finally move. As for in which direction, it was debatable. Next morning, it was absolute pandemonium. One of the most influential familiars in the whole of Rio disappeared, with their patron even being sent back. This was a piece of news worth spreading, and so all reporting familiars went all out in publishing. Huge profit was to be made, of course, so no one held anything back. The fact of Ishtar having been sent back sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even the entirety of the red light district was in shambles, proving the intensity of the battle that took place there. The question now was, who and why? At first, everyone thought it was Freya's handiwork, but witnesses said otherwise. Last night, when Ishtar Famelia was attacked, one of the reporters belonging to Famelia happened to be on the scene. He had gone there to see what they were up to, stopping all workings and all, and boy was he surprised. He had gathered quite a bit of evidence using his unique skill, and soon said evidence made it to paper, and so everyone knew the perpetrator. It was Hestia Famelia. Naturally, no one could believe such absurdity, but there was clear evidence that couldn't be denied. As if that wasn't enough, a statement from the guild ended all discussions. Ishtar Famelia attacked and kidnapped Bel Cranel from the dungeon, as a result of which Hestia Famelia, with the help of Takamikazuchi and Mayak Familias, attacked Ishtar. This attack ended with some casualties, most notable of which being Frine Jamil, who perished in a battle against Roronoa Zoro, and Ishtar, who jumped off and went back on her own accord. Taking everything into account, Hestia Famelia is to not be held accountable, for all they did was out of self-defense. Any action against them regarding this matter by any party wouldn't be accommodated. This statement, along with some Berbera from now extinct Ishtar Famelia, made everything clear. So as hard as it might have been to believe, they could only accept it as truth. With this, Hestia Famelia, despite not having a single LVL4, made it into the hearts of people as a very strong force that couldn't be belied. As for why Guild took Hestia Famelia's side, or why those Berberas spoke against their former familia, it was all a mystery that was for the most part ignored by most. While the world outside was in shambles, Hestia Famelia itself was extremely peaceful, even welcoming a new member. Is it all right for you to join us? Your ability is very powerful, so I'm certain any familia, including Loki and Freya, would happily welcome you. I want to stay in the same familia as Belsama. Haraheim was quite flustered, and it took quite an amount of courage just to say these few words, but her answer, although childish, was acceptable. That, and no one, including Hestia, had any problem with her joining. It was most appreciated. Her addition would certainly give them a powerful boost. Although they wouldn't go down Ishtar Famelia's path, that much was beyond doubt. So, would we be fined or anything? Not necessarily. I heard Guild was having a lot of problems with Ishtar as well, so yeah, that's common news, but public and personal matters are separate after all. We haven't received any notice yet, so, but why did they publish that statement? Seems too inconsistent with how they work. Perhaps to stop any chaos from erupting. Guild's move was a huge surprise for even them. Usually, the Guild would punish a familia, attacking another just like that, regardless of whatever the reason might have been, but they were too silent, even cooperative. Is it related to that quest in Melon? Could be. Hot discussion about this topic was happening in the hall, but all those who were talking didn't seem all that fine. Everyone, except for Zoro, had some coverings on various parts of their bodies. That war wasn't easy for them, but thankfully no one died. Although the injuries received weren't the type to be healed by some elixir. They had to go through a proper medical procedure to remove any hidden dangers. Among all, Naza received the most grievous wound and even till now was unconscious, but at least her life wasn't in any immediate danger, all thanks to timely treatment. Seeing everyone gossiping around, Hestia, with a light smile on her face, came to Zoro, who seemed to be deep in thought. What do you think? The Guild. Oh, well, they should have their reasons, but it didn't happen on its own. Someone was behind all this. What do you mean? Bel's kidnapping and all. Someone pulled the strings from behind to have Ishtar do all that. What? Who would want us to be destroyed? It's the opposite. Destruction was never aimed at us, but rather at. But how? Even I wasn't certain we would be fine despite knowing all of your abilities. Then how did someone predict us winning? Who knows, but it was Hermes. Hermes. That damn swine. I should have known. Wait. How do you know it was him? I saw him. If it's him, then there probably was some plan, but what was it? Damn, I don't like it. Getting played by someone. It shouldn't be difficult to get rid of him. As much as I would like to crush him, leave it be for now. We don't want any more trouble coming our way. Unlike Ishtar, that man has a lot of friends who would do anything for him. He's such a pain. Silence descended for a time. It was true that she didn't like Hermes, but it was probably not his intention to harm Hestia. As for how he knew or what plans he had, it was too difficult to discern all that. Still, it was very hard for her to believe even now that they had won, topping a familia like. That was something she never even imagined back in the day, but it all became possible after Bel and Zoro joined in. She felt like they could even go head-to-head against the likes of Freya and Loki. Nah, that was going too fair, but it was possible in the near future. Well, That was unless someone created trouble ahead of time, and she knew just the person who could. Freya. It was her, the reason why Ishtar did all that. Perhaps a sort of revenge against. Hestia herself was there, but there was definitely another reason as hinted by Ishtar. That other reason could be only one, and it was Freya. Hestia doubted someone keeping tabs on Belle from the get-go, but not a certainty of who it was. Now it all made sense. Freya was after Belle. Come to think of it, didn't Loki say something along those lines as well? I should have taken that flat chest seriously. Regardless, if her doubt turned out to be right then, there were whole sorts of problems coming their way soon. We need to get stronger and fast, with determination filling her heart. Hestia once again turned to Zoro, Yo Dash, about to speak but got interrupted. I remembered now. Hey Hestia, have you ever heard of intelligent monsters who can speak? What Dash? Had he finally lost it? The end. It's been a long time since I wrote a chapter. Hello all. How's it going these days? With this, I've concluded the first part of my fic. In the next chapter, we'll delve into some side stories or quests of each individual from Hestia Famelia along with others. I should be able to conclude it in about 2 chapters. After all, they too should get some time to shine as well. Again, if you have any ideas regarding the continuation, do go ahead and tell me. I appreciate all the support in my writing. One more thing, I know some have difficulty with my writing style, but I'm no professional. Neither do I have any aspirations to be a writer. This for me is just a hobby, nothing more. Nothing less, but I'll try to change my writing style starting from the second part. Do give me your own recommendations. Have a good day and in regards. This will be for today next part coming, so please subscribe to be informed as soon as the next part arrives.